March 2026 astrology forecast for all the 12 signs from Milada from Astrology. March, we have the last eclipse in Virgo. We're not going to have eclipse in Virgos for 9 years after that. And as the last eclipse, it goes with a bang. It falls on the star, very occult star of prophecy called Zosma, where you can predict the future. Some of us might really have like the subconscious can send us signals about the future, can almost like prophetic time. We can see direction about the future, but it's an eclipse where we'll be ending things. So this is really helpful because things are ending, but we'll be able almost like intuitively, prophetically to connect to why this is ending and what's coming in the future and why it's needed. So watch out for such signs. Watch out also when it comes on the job markets, is Virgo or the health system, big news there, whether with pharma or chemicals or science or job markets and so on. This is all in the realm of Virgo, but otherwise we have so much water, guys. Like most planets are in water signs. Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Mercury, Venus for part of it, the North Node. The last time we had so much water was in November 2025 when two planets in water, Jupiter and Mercury, the same way, were turning direction. Now they're also turning direction, but forward. The energy is not going to be as heavy as November. It's lighter and it's more positive, but it's still chaotic. Planets changing direction is like things turn around 180% in certain areas of our lives. I'll mention to you which, but this time it's for good. Instead of but still for half of the month or even into the 20th, the energy can feel more internal, more heavy. Imagine trying to walk through water. You don't run, you kind of flounder, so much water. It's just heavy, it's emotional. There is no air, there is no earth to make us practical or air to make us rational and impartial. We kind of can be very emotional and make mountains out of molehills, react emotionally to things, but it's also healing. What is healing? It's internal. Allow yourself space to turn within, to rest, to relax, to introspect on things. And when Mercury turns direct from the 20th of March, things will become much more easier and energy moves into Aries more and more. So we become more driven. While things are in Pisces, it can be more gentle, easygoing energy, or for people that like to go, 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 it can feel like a little bit of stagnation, but this stagnation starts moving forward from first Jupiter moving direct in Cancer. So luck comes back to us. Luck externally. Well, Jupiter is retrograde for the last 4 months since November. There was internal blessings of Jupiter, internal shifts, how we feel about things, healings that are even not visible to us consciously. Some internal or chemical magic was happening within. But now, from the 10th of March till July, till Jupiter is still in Cancer, moving direct, we'll see the external rewards of Jupiter in Cancer, which will be healings, which will be expansion. Jupiter in Cancer is the most abundant energy, the most wealthy, lucky, abundant energy. So we'll see a lot of positive support with all planets moving direct. Especially from the end of March, you'll see go, 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 new changes, things moving ahead, developing fast. Mercury is still a bit slow, with a lot of cleansing from the eclipse of Virgo, a lot of releasing, cleansing, and introspection through Pisces. And after that, we just explode from the end of March and into April with energy and new things. And our planets are moving direct, a lot of newness there. So, by the way, I'm also doing a course from March when Mercury turns direct on progressions. It was going to be 4 months, 3 months, sorry. And we'll meet every week. If you can't be there live, you can just watch the recordings and own them, but we'll map your whole life for the next 90 years if you're gonna live that much. Progressions don't plan, oh, tomorrow something will happen. Progressions is in the next 20 years, your relationships will be like that. In the next 15 years, you'd meet a lot more Scorpio people, or in the next 30 years, your career will shift from in more submissive or more higher positions. You see like big chunks of time. You don't need to know much astrology. You just need to know the basic. What are planets? What are the 12 signs? I'll do it from the beginning and it's fascinating. It's like your internal clock, how you progress, what your soul has planned as a map for you to live here. Or maybe it's just like, oh, in the next 40 years, you'll be mostly with people from past lifetimes connecting because Venus will be retrograde in your horoscope for 40 years. Or, it's fascinating. So, or the opposite, suddenly your luck changes in relationships. So, with money, because the planet that rules money has progressed to a great sign and with great aspects. So, you couldn't get pregnant for 30 years. The planet that rules your children suddenly gets into a great aspect and you're able to do it. So, come and join me. 30% off. And now let's start with each of the 12 signs for this wet, wet, and watery March. Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Aries this month begins with the last eclipse in the sign of Virgo. We had them for the last couple of years. And as the last eclipse, it can be very potent. And we're not going to have eclipses in Virgo, which is your sixth house, for the next 9 years. So, what are eclipses? Lunar eclipses, in particular, we know it's from spiritual science, is that the moon acts like filter of our subconscious so we don't get overwhelmed but by all subconscious past lives patterns conditioning so we can act more autonomically let's say. And the moment the moon is eclipsed, this filtering is kind of removed. So the subconscious becomes conscious for a certain period. And in your case, the full moon eclipse is happening in the sixth house. So you become conscious of the habits that run your daily life. Many times we do things automatically. We go to sleep at the same time. We have sleep patterns, body patterns, going to the restroom, eating, automatically. All those daily habits or something that we repeat even without consciousness and we don't know why we do it in everyday life. And we're going to suddenly start beginning to see how this machinery of routine functions. And for example, some of you might be repeating some tasks mindlessly, and you start noticing this because the eclipse, the moon that filters from the subconscious, is blocked. So those subconscious patterns, why you're doing something subconsciously, uh, doing certain tasks, for example, or sometimes even tics, when people like do something with their body or with their eyes and they don't know why they're doing it. And this can bring you to awareness to become more conscious of those processes. Or some people have a compulsion to stay busy. What is the sixth house? To serve others, to work, to be productive. Some people have productivity anxiety. If I don't do this, I'm not worth it. No one will love me, or like I feel like a piece of nothing. I have this. And you can become aware of that during this eclipse. And of course, once you become aware of those habits, you shift them. First thing is consciousness. And if you have a compulsion to stay busy or productivity anxiety, or maybe you're staying at certain job because sixth house is employment because you're used to it or because you're anxious, what are you going to do without this job? Or maybe you take on too many responsibilities from others at your job or at home, uh, basically over because of the need to feel useful, the need to be useful to feel legitimate. So this is the sixth house. Like servant. So maybe at work you take on too many tasks, or at home certain duties, so you can feel like you deserve to exist. Let's say we have some people have it. I have this thing. Many moms have it. Many women tend to have these issues. You can become aware of those patterns, and what can happen for some of you, it can disrupt. Maybe you can quit a job. Maybe you can shift how things are done at your job and say, enough, I'm not doing that. I'm not just taking on other people's duties, or I'm not, I'm not staying quiet here. You recognize those patterns. You either quit or you change something. This is eclipse. You realize something that was subconscious till now. It becomes so clear for you that you're like, okay, I either change it or I remove it from my life because this eclipse is with the South Node. So some of you might be changing jobs. Some of you might be realizing why they have certain habits and unhealthy habits. Some of you might be self-medicating, self-soothing, either through eating or through unhealthy habits, or, this is very, Virgo eclipse is very much in the sixth house of habits, subconscious especially. Is many times, yeah, we know we smoke, we know we do some unhealthy habit, but we don't know the root causes of that, the psychological causes. We know, okay, maybe we're anxious, that's how, oh, it calms me down, or I eat when I'm stressed, or, you know, whatever unhealthy things, or I pop pills when I do this, or I drink, or, or I start getting tics or anxiety, or I start cleaning to be productive, or start trying to please everyone and help everyone so I don't feel, useless when I'm stressed. This is a way of self regulation. And you become aware of those patterns with the eclipse there. And that realization helps you release you from those patterns to some extent, some layers are peeled off of the subconscious. That's what an eclipse does. And so again, as I said, it can either shift our routines, it can allow us to remove and let go of unhealthy habits. Once you realize why you're doing it, yes, you know you're doing something unhealthy. Again, it's much easier to let it go. And don't forget that this eclipse is sextile by Jupiter. So that's the only aspect that's made sextile by Jupiter. This is beautiful because the release, because full moon is about something ending, completing, or illumination. You realize something and you're like, oh, okay, once you realize something, it's complete, or you release it, or you transform it and shift it in some way. And again, this is about your work, your responsibilities, your Cinderella syndrome, your ability to serve others. Or maybe you realize something about your job that needs to change, that you don't need to do this, that your job can be done. You can remove certain processes from your job or from your routines, from your duties. For example, you like, I remember when I had eclipses 9 years ago, there in the sixth house, again, I realized something very profound, that I was doing so many miniature tasks that it was overwhelming me. I could outsource that. So I kind of cut off a big piece of my work after an eclipse in my sixth house. So I can focus on the really important things. And this sixth house with the south node is release something, maybe complete a project, complete and finish some responsibilities and duty. You've completed, you can let it go. You can be free from it, so you can become more efficient, or more, let's say, uh, better organized in a way. What is blocking you from achieving ultimate efficiency or better organization as well? You can realize those things. And again, you stop from automatic behaviors, and especially habits, automatic behaviors, habits, they become more conscious. Or even service, maybe you're automatically obedient and do what others tell you. It's the sixth house. Or like your children shout and you're like, okay, let me bring this. Or your husband is moody and you're automatically obedient to please them. I'm giving some extreme examples. And then this becomes conscious for you. And instead of automatic obedience, it becomes a conscious service. Or even at work, instead of constantly doing this task, these tasks, or this is how I work, or this is how I clean my house, this is how my routines are, this is how it's always been. And you become conscious of them and you say, maybe I can make them much more efficient and much more, I don't need to do this anymore. Or I will do it in a much better way with much more conscious service there. So it can even make you appreciate the service that you're doing more, the meaning of it as well. So instead of a routine, something can turn into intentional action, into intentional deed, because the moon is eclipse. This is the conditioned mind. This is the consciousness through which the subconscious, basically. So we become more conscious during that time, let's say. The subconscious comes into the consciousness, and that's realizations about your work, about your daily habits, about even addictions, about health issues. So you're always like, I always do things this way. And now you're like, I'm choosing to do this. Or I could do this in another way. I can take care, instead of waking up and having a smoke and a coffee. I can wake up and have hot water with lemon, or I could wake up and do exercise first. And it's not because you've always done this automatic conditioned way. It has to carry on. And this is what an eclipse is. This is the disruptor, lunar eclipse in particular. It brings the subconscious mechanisms into the conscious. So let's summarize this eclipse. It's basically where this is a period when unconscious habits, especially around habits around work and duty and body regulation, like your sleep patterns, when you wake up, when you eat, how you brush your teeth, how you take care of your body, what nutrition you put in your body regulations, they become visible. So they can be consciously chosen rather than mechanically repeated. So this is the amazing infusion of consciousness into those mechanical daily processes where you can change them, So either you change job or the way you do it or the way you do your responsibilities and service to others or your health routines and so on. Beautiful, isn't it? Of course, there can be a crisis of health, sometimes eclipse in the sixth house, which shows you this is the interrupter that breaks the pattern and shows you that certain habits, you've been doing them automatically, but maybe they're not the best. Sometimes it can be like a break, your job or someone you've hired, they leave you high and dry. Six houses, employees, people you hire. And it's like, they're like, oh, we can't do it. And you're like, again, the pattern, why you break this pattern and you realize something that was hidden becomes conscious now. Something that was hidden about employees, about your work, about the way you treat your health becomes, or even patterns of self-criticism. Six house, the house of victim of when someone allows to be treated like Cinderella or treats themselves or like talks to themselves down. Oh, you're not good enough. You're less than. The inner critic. You become aware of this inner critic. Sixth house, very Virgo quality. Like, this is Virgo. And you become aware of that inner critic and you transform it, release it. And it's like you don't allow yourself to talk to you like that anymore. Or you don't allow others, because sixth house is others that might be accusing you, that might belittle you and make you feel less than. Is the house of enemies in astrology, in ancient astrologies. Ones that literally want to make you feel smaller than and to make you like, you suppress someone so they can serve you when they feel less than, you know. And you can become aware of such patterns where you're belittling yourself, where you're allowing others to belittle you. That's why sometimes a person can quit a job or they can say, enough of this treatment or enough of how we're doing this. We're going to do it in a different way. Maybe it's at home that you're being treated like that. You're allowing someone to accuse you because your own inner voice of accusation is very strong within yourself, this sense of guilt. And now you recognize those patterns and disruption. Now, there is another big news is that around the 10th, 11th, Jupiter is turning direct. By the way, look how much water there is this month. Like, especially till the 20th, you're gonna feel a lot of water energy. And for us, like Aries people, it can feel a little bit like wading through water. We like to fly, shoot like stars from a cannon, and suddenly we need to be in water. So you can feel this kind of sluggishness, especially the first couple of weeks, 3 weeks, with so much water. There was a lot of water in November 2025, and two planets were changing direction again, Jupiter and Mercury at the same time. So kind of like, for me, it was a heavy month. It was more Scorpio energy, so it was heavier. But with Pisces, with so much Pisces, you might feel, especially till the 20th, to take it easy, to sleep more, to rest more. You might feel less motivated, which is okay, unless you're the very, very early degrees Aries. Those first 5 degrees, because they have Saturn there. Saturn will organize you. Whether you want to know, it will kick your butt to be like a soldier. But the other areas, all the rest, 27 degrees, they feel mostly this 12th house energy. Mars is there, the planet of, get up and go, the planet that rules us, Aries, and it's in the 12th house of lie down and sleep, or just like sleep it off, rest. That's why also the immune system becomes weaker. Many times people with strong Aries around March, or when there's many planets in water signs, especially in the 12th house, when you kind of, take care a bit more of your health the first 20 days of March. Rest a bit more, eat nutritious food if possible. A lot of water is cold and wet, so a lot of cold and wet energy. So try to counterbalance it by dry and dry and hot. It's like hot saunas, hot dry saunas, or hot water again. You can do just like warm up the body. But otherwise, this helps the immunity as well. Take it easy, rest a bit. That's okay, Aries. You don't always have to do, because right after that, from the 20th of March and especially in April, you're go, 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 go. All planets move into your sign. So now it's time, if you want to take a break, go on holiday, and not so active holiday, kind of like spas and relaxing. And sometimes if you don't want to do that, the universe makes you sick. So you go on holiday, So you rest a bit. But also your subconscious is very busy. The 12th house, your dream life. You can have revelations through the dream life, or you just might need to, just like some people, 12 houses retreat, watch TV, read books, go more introspective into their mind rather than to the external world. They don't, rather than take over the world, they kind of retreat. And Jupiter goes direct in your 4th house on the 10th. It went retrograde November. So it's kind of this introspection of feelings, of family patterns, of behaviors that are inherited from parents or ancestry. In introspection, maybe transformation happened, and now when Jupiter turns direct, you'll be able to apply those changes that you've experienced internally. You'll be able to apply them because some psychological, emotional shift and healing has happened. Some of you might not even be aware of that, but it's connected to ancestral patterns, to habits. Again, 4th house is rhythmical house of patterns and habits, but more on the emotional level rather than on the mechanical, physical level, like the 6th house that we talked about, the eclipse. And Jupiter, there is healing, it's beautiful energy. There was the need to release the past and heal, and maybe heal relationships with parents. And if there was some complications or difficulties in relationships with parents, in the life of parents, or in relationships with other family, extended family, or you as a parent, when Jupiter turns direct, it all starts becoming easier. And if internal changes and shift have happened, you can apply them externally in a natural way. Also, if you were able to release, as I said, attachment, emotional attachment to the past, or to patterns of the ancestral patterns, like, oh, everyone in your family divorces, everyone in your family dies from diabetes, everyone in your family does something, and you're like, oh, it's how it's been, it's always will be. No, Jupiter here in the 4th house gives an opportunity for you to release gently, to heal from this, to realize, because Jupiter is realization as well, those things like knowledge, and heal them, so you don't have to repeat those patterns. And now you can start seeing the results of that. And on another level, the 4th house is anything to do with property, with real estate, with gardens, with land, with guardianship of, you can be a guardianship of land, of something else. This starts moving ahead and becoming easier and easier, maybe towards the end of March, because Jupiter takes some time when it changes direction for you to see the results. It changes direction around the 10th, 11th. So see maybe some complications in a personal relationship with parents or extended family, or someone in your family environment was in a difficult or situation, something was stagnant connected to family or home. It starts changing direction. Things start moving forward there, or with property, or with real estate in some way, or with relocation, or with clarity about what you want to do in your personal life. And maybe you are till now in a bit of a respite. What is the future? Where shall we go? What shall we do? Your personal plans for your personal life, and now you're going to start getting clarity where you're going to live and so on. And things start moving faster and faster, especially in April, May onwards. All right, so it becomes from, and it's beautiful. I love Jupiter in the 4th house. It stays there till July for us. It's a healing quality. I felt incredible moments of internal content with Jupiter retrograde there, which, you know, it's kind of this feeling of being filled from within. especially someone with lots of fire like me and air, the internal things like sometimes lacking. And this was very, very special, mystical, spiritual, kind of like psychologically healing energy. And now it starts moving forward. So we move forward with mental health issues, with psychological issues as well. Yeah, but it's kind of like more rest this month. And Mercury turns direct at the end of the month in your 12th house. So not the end, at the 20th. So first day of spring when planets move when the sun moves to Aries. So till the 20th, there can be delays and miscommunications. Mercury is in the 12th house. Be careful not to lose communication devices, phones, laptops, such kind of stuff, or misplaced passwords. She said, he said. No, don't get involved in gossip because it can get like this 12th house behind the back thing. But you might find out some private information that was missing before. And the mind becomes more introspective. You can feel like, retreating, maybe feel a bit spaced out. I don't know about you, but since Mercury has been now turning retrograde in the 12th house, my mind feels like not as sharp and clear, which is okay. That's normal. And Neptune entered our sign. But it's also more intuitive. So that's important. You can feel more intuitive. But from the 20th onwards, all planets are direct. Jupiter is direct already. Mercury is direct. And planets are entering into your sign, the sun at least. And you start getting more and more energy. You start getting more and more motivated. It's like waking up from a slumber. You're going to feel it most intensely in April when the new moon in Aries comes. So it's okay if it's, but from the 20th onwards, I think you can even like start things more. After the new moon in Pisces, it's a new moon in Pisces again, but again, because everything after that moves to Aries, you have more, gradually more and more energy. But of course, we also have Venus in your sign from the second week of the month. So you're protected. Venus is the nurse. Venus is the take it easy, zen, chill planet, beauty planet. So Venus in your sign can make you more attractive, can make you more take care of yourself, can make you more indulgent sometimes. And with all those planets in the 12th house, it says like relax, at times, take it easy, pamper yourself, maybe do something for your face, for your body, and you can, and 12 houses, like maybe travel abroad. Well, with Mercury retrograde, a bit careful, but go back to places you've been to before. And with Venus in your first house, it's like you're going to have pleasant experiences and you're going to be charming. And if you want to win others over, Venus through your sign makes it more possible. So there you go, Aries. Remember the sixth house eclipse, planets turning direct in your psychological houses, which becomes better for your mental health, which kind of clears up some cobwebs and some psychological, emotional complications and starts releasing you from this introspective mode of being in the subconscious mode the more the month progresses, especially towards the end of the month. So thank you so much. And if you want to learn with me, get excited for the progressions course, 3 months, once per week. You can watch the recordings if you can't be present there. We'll see how to map out your life. We're not talking like what's going to happen next year. We're talking 90 years of your life, how when things shift, when they change, when suddenly, from crazy Aries, you might turn into a much more easygoing Taurus, we do, or to Gemini. So then we start feeling maybe at your 60 years old more like you become more social and involved with others. And it's incredible. You're not a static chart. This is progressions. Amazing. Come and join me. 30% off for early birds. Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, Tropical Astrology, March 2026. Taurus, the month begins with eclipse, the last eclipse of this sort for the next 9 years. We're not going to have eclipses in your fifth house. It's a lunar eclipse. It's powerful one in your fifth house. And what is the moon? The moon eclipses. The moon is the regulator of the subconscious. It blocks, kind of regulates what memories comes from the past, what conditioning we have. And when it gets eclipsed, for a period, maybe for a few days or, for one intense moment, those conditionings from the past, they fall off and you can see things more clearly. And the subconscious, things that were pushed into the subconscious that moon was regulating, now it's like the valve gets opened after the eclipse, and all of those things in your subconscious, they might be beautiful things and they might be not so beautiful things, come to the surface. So it's very psychological. You realize, and it's kind of like illumination about some topics that, in your case, about fifth house, how you express yourself. So you can see the truth there. And the subconscious things can come to the surface. So what is expression? How do we want to be noticed? And some of us, when we want to be noticed, can laugh out louder than normal. They can make noise, or they can post pictures of themselves on social media, or they can create drama. If someone else takes the attention, you start crying suddenly and create drama and take the attention away. Especially unhealthy such habits of how we want to be noticed and how to express ourselves. Or I noticed, like, when I wanted to be noticed, I'd create crisis. I'll subconsciously even like lock myself in toilets. So suddenly everyone's trying to unlock the toilet and the attention is on me, or some other, I'll trip myself and fall. Again, the attention on me. And such kind of subconscious ways you're trying to attract attention and to express yourself, they become conscious for you. And if you start by realizing that, instead of doing this, you can really, instead of doing it automatically, you can choose a more healthy expression for yourself to be noticed, to be recognized, to be validated. So there is a big kind of a breakthrough that can happen in this. Also, you know, fifth house is how do we love, what we're attracted to. And they can be a powerful realization about repeating patterns in romantic attraction for us. Again, fifth house is how do you want to be noticed? How do you want to be loved? How do you want to be validated? And you can realize that maybe you enter relationships not because you truly have feelings there, maybe because just for some it might be status, for some of you might be because of security, for some of you might be, and again, this eclipse breaks down the subconscious filter and you realize the subconscious motivations about your relationship patterns, particularly when it comes to being in love, romantic relationships. And you wonder, like, why am I attracted to this type of man? Suddenly you have a realization and you start realizing, who knows, maybe you you you're trying to escape the opposite of what your father was, or maybe like you're attracted to this person because, oh, the other colleagues in the office, your female colleagues or schoolmates or friends are attracted to this person, and you kind of like you need to fit in, and you, instead of feeling genuine attraction, so you might have powerful realizations about who you're genuinely attracted to, or why, or the behaviors you use to gain attraction from others and to gain their approval. Or are you maybe looking more for validation rather than genuinely self-expressing yourself? Sometimes it's even on social media, you see, people post pictures and stuff, even though they might not truly feel like that right now. They might be in a very low point in their life, but they instead post pictures of wonderful moments and so on because they need validation. So that's not the authentic self-expression. But you think we put ourselves into kind of like a state where I think these are my choices. This is what I normally like. This is what I'm attracted to. And this eclipse moon the subconscious gets unlocked and you start having doubts. Am I really attracted to my husband, or this type of relationships, or this behavior in this romantic partner? Uh, and you start might having doubts about your passions. And fifth house is not just romantic partners, it's about passions. Hobby is something that you enjoy doing like a child. You get lost in it, just like when you're in love, you get lost in the other person. The same way, it's like for me, it's now crocheting. It's like my husband feels I substituted him with crocheting. I'm like so obsessed. It's like an in love process. So you might start doubting, am I doing this? Why am I doing this hobby? Or maybe it was imposed on you by your parents to play tennis or whatever, to play the piano. So there can be this realization and maybe correction or change. Or it can be the opposite. It can be sudden burst of pure inspiration, because the subconscious is kind of the moon regulating. It gets eclipsed, so the subconscious comes. So you truly are in touch with your deeper desires, and the conditioning becomes clear to you. So you realize that there's some passion you have about something. Maybe you haven't done it for a while, and suddenly you feel pure joy and inspiration, or some creative idea to self-express. So suddenly you kind of take your clothes and you start cutting them and doing something totally different than it's like when you're in the creative process yourself. Uh, or some of you might realize that your way of self-expression is kind of embarrassing. Maybe you get too loud. Maybe, maybe you self-express by getting drunk and dancing and being loud. I'm talking about my past. Or you start realizing behaviors you never questioned, through which you attract others, or through which you try to receive love or validation from others. So this is powerful. It's very psychological, you see. Full moons are eclipses. Something first happens psychologically, and that leads to an external event, possibly. For some of you, just can be just realization, noticing, what do I really love this? Do I really love this person, or like these activities? Or do I really love going to bars and whatever? This kind of habit. Fifth house is how you have fun, how you enjoy yourself. Or do I really love going to the gym every day? Some of you might be like, that's not my thing. I'm doing it because someone else is doing it. Uh, Maybe you're performing a personality. Maybe you're, kind of going to the gym for the need of admiration, but you realize that your way of having fun is more quiet. That it might be like your way of having fun might be, and relaxing might not be the gym, or for someone you might realize it is the gym instead of going to bars. So such realizations, how do you have fun? How do you make yourself enjoy life? How do you feel joyful, childlike joy? How do you create, and why do you create? Do you create for validation? How do you personality? How do you act for validation, or because you're truly expressing yourself authentically? Is it truly yourself acting like that, or you're just trying to get attention, or just the opposite? You're afraid to express yourself. Such realizations, you're a wallflower. Everyone's posting, everyone's, and you maybe you have a talent at something and you just don't, you're afraid to show it to others, you're afraid to declare it. And you have a realization with this eclipse, something breaks through, something changes, and you realize that you're way more talented than others that are maybe, way less capable, but splashing it out there to the public and putting it out like children, like, oh, mom, look, I drew you, like, oh, wonderful, thank you. But maybe you realize that you're much more talented, and you have to change your way of putting yourself out there and not to be afraid. So there can be creative breakthroughs, changes of romantic feelings, or changes of health self-expression. Maybe ones that are embarrassing, or ones that are blocking your light from shining, because fifth house is allow your light to shine, and some people do the opposite. They're like over the top. That's those people. Maybe you're the opposite, kind of the story and energy are more subdued. So allow yourself to shine and release. This full moon eclipses is release those things that are blocking you from authentic self-expression. They can be also on a more material level, completion of, let's say, creative projects or business project, if it's your own original idea, that is completed and ready to be expressed. Or they can be the removing of some unhealthy ways of enjoying life. There are, and even kind of fasting, because those dopamine hits, we think we really like that, but we're addicted sometimes. We think like, oh, that's my hobby, but it might be you think that's how I have fun, fifth house, but it might be just dopamine hits. And this again, you get realizations here, and the full moon starts emptying after that. So you might kind of decide to let go of certain ways of having fun, that maybe have overstimulated you. And maybe for me, I remember 5 years, not 5, 9, 10, 12, ooh, eclipse in the fifth house, I had a romantic breakup. Um, I had the realization I cannot continue like that anymore. So for someone else, it might be you suddenly realize, oh my God, I'm in love actually with this person, uh, or a shift, like you're already in a relationship and you see how romantically why things are blocked, and that realization helps you unblock it. So watch for behaviors like that. Uh, or maybe just have some questions like, why do I do things like that? And for whom? Am I performing or am I being authentic? Such questions might be valid. Am I performing? Am I being authentic? Or why do I worry what others think? Fifth house is very much about I need to show what I truly am, not to perform like a monkey for others for likes and validation. And if you've been doing that, or if you've not been putting yourself out there and not letting your light shine, either one extreme or the other, why am I doing that? For myself, because I truly like doing this, because I truly enjoy this, uh, or because I'm trying to fit in, or to not to disturb others, or to be liked by others. So these are important questions. And of course, we have a lot of action in water houses, Tauruses. Um, we have Jupiter turning direct in your third house, so it was more introspective, more since November. It's been retrograde, and on the 10th of March, gradually you'll start feeling things connected to the third house. Maybe you're becoming more social. Maybe, after examining certain social connections and associates, things starting to move ahead, starting to meet in March, the end of March, April, May, and June, while Jupiter is there. New people now in your environment because it moves forward, new enchanted territories, maybe not immediately from March, but gradually. If there was some stagnation in a business project or in some negotiations, third house is communications, or in some marketing or media project, or some website project, on some business transactions, on some reports, written work, anything to do with written, spoken communications. If there was some delays, they start improving, moving forward. Or something to do with documents or papers if it was delayed or uncertain, or something to do with the moving if it was uncertain. When Jupiter starts moving direct in the third house, it starts improving, moving ahead. You start seeing results, especially for business meetings, for interactions, working a project together in a group with others. You can start seeing developments there, even socially becoming more active, let's say, as well. Also, opportunities, new opportunities, maybe from the end of March, it needs to pick up some speed, connected to traveling, connected to learning new skills, connected to education, connected to training or learning opportunities. So you teaching and training others as well can bring up, or to do something in a group, or for a new car, a new ride, a new phone, a new communication device, opportunities there through Jupiter moving direct. More luck, or something good can start coming to you from, or some difficult situation, or some situation can change, connected to relationships with neighbors, with siblings, with teammates, with workmates, these with relatives. Third house is all of those people in your everyday environment, either your colleagues, your schoolmates, your relatives, your siblings, your neighbors, your colleagues, your mates and friends you meet every day. Some situation that changes direction, usually becoming more extroverted and becoming more active there. Or if there was difficulties, they get solved in the lives of those people, or in your relationships with such people. Things start moving ahead, maybe in some project together, small project in a group, start moving ahead. Or maybe some delays with your cars, with communications, with papers, with piece of information, with some news you're waiting for. This changes, starts moving forward. Of course, Mercury is retrograde in your 12th house. Lots of water, Taurus, this month, especially till the 20th. You see, water, earth, that jibes well with you, your earth sign. And so this is social energy. So things connected to other people. The 12, the third house, the 11th house is other people in your life. This is when things are changing or circumstances in your relationships change, when two planets are changing direction. Mercury turns direct around the 20th, which means that pretty much most of March it's in retrograde. Maybe you hear from friends from the past, Mercury retrograde in the 11th, or maybe you think about people from the past, or maybe you rethink certain friendships and remove certain friends from your life as well. Maybe you see it from a different angle and perspective, some friendships. So maybe you work on some social economic goal or business project or big, large goals, which is the 11th house. Behind the scenes, kind of Mercury retrograde, correcting, fixing something, but maybe those things are a bit delayed. And when Mercury turns direct from the 19th, 20th onwards, those projects or those communications or those interactions with others become more normal, start giving results if you did some corrections and improve them during the retrograde period, or start going according to plans. Otherwise, things, with might, especially to the 20th, meetings, agreements, stuff like that, might be a bit more of a unexpected. It's like, oh, things fall through and you'd have plan B, C, this is the retrograde Mercury things. And it's connected around other people or about 11th house long-term goals and projects, business interactions, and so on. But it's very good when planets turn from retrograde to direct in those business houses, I call them, third, 11th, and social houses, because now to have success in business, you need to have connections, clients, these are houses where others connect with you, you connect with others, or social houses, friends, so on. So relationships become easier, complications with others improve. And if you've corrected something during the retrograde period, if you've been, or if there were some delays, they start moving ahead and you start seeing faster results. So there you go. And towards the end of the month, more and more planets will move into your 12th house. So you maybe time to take a break till the middle of April, to take it easy a little bit. Sometimes the immunity weakens as well when planets are into the 12th house. But nothing dramatic, it happens every year. But you might be quite busy till then, especially the first 20 days of the month with third house, ninth house. These are stimulating houses, social houses, despite of the water energy. There is communication, there is happening, moving, you might be engaged with others, with other people's ideas, with communications and work with them and so on. But don't forget that this moon wants you here to be authentic, the fifth house of authentic expression, and you realize how you can do it in the best way. And also through the 11th house, you can connect with like-minded people to express yourself in a more authentic ways. Or you might realize that because of the people, the friends in your life, you are acting not naturally because of them, or the people in your environment, you're trying to please them, impress them, or get validation from them, and because you're not acting and expressing yourself naturally, and because of that, you might try and remove some friendships with this Mercury retrograde there with so many planets. And that would be good. Ultimately, it's about being more true to yourself. And for you in particular, that's the highest vibration is authenticity, recorded of the human feelings. It's beyond gratitude and love. And fifth house is the house of authenticity, of your true self-expression, because out of joy, not out of wanting to be seen or recognized. So thank you so much, Taurus. Enjoy. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Gemini, this month starts with the last eclipse in Virgo. There won't be again eclipses in Virgo for the next 9 years. So it can be the last one with a bang. And what are eclipses, especially lunar eclipses? Lunar eclipses, the moon is the one that kind of the keeper, the guardian of the threshold of our subconscious, where our subconscious patterns, how we were programmed from past lives and childhood, are kept, so they don't overwhelm us in our conscious life. But for a moment, the moon is being eclipsed. So this guardian role of the moon, this regulating emotion, regulation of subconsciousness, role of the moon is eclipsed. So it's temporarily, this guardian of the threshold is removed, and all subconscious patterns, especially connected to the past, because the fourth house rules your childhood, rules your ancestors, your family, the ancestral patterns that were programmed in you, that are automatic almost, they become conscious for you. Many times we do and repeat things that our grandparents did. So it's maybe your aunts and great uncles and great grandparents and great, they all had depression, or there was a suicide there, or there was divorce, or they had weight problems. And even you might not even know those people, but you're subconsciously loyal to your ancestry. And it's like, in you have this problem, you have the same disease like them, you divorce like them, you have depression or suicidal tendency like them, or the same inclination for addiction, or the same inclination for poverty. These are not something you do consciously, these are ancestral learned patterns that are unconscious, that we repeat. For a moment it's kind of becomes clear to you when the eclipse is the moon, the regulator, the subconscious is eclipsed. Those motifs, those patterns that you do unconsciously, maybe overeating, maybe anxiety, maybe shouting at others, maybe fears towards something, all those learned emotional patterns, they become clear. Maybe, you might not suddenly realize, oh, my great aunt Gertrude used to do that. No, it's more like, I caught myself here. I'm like waving a finger like my dad used to do this. Or I'm suddenly feeling threatened by this situation because as a child, and this is situation that normally other people would not feel threatened to, or because of something that happened in your childhood, you can realize, or you just catch yourself that usually the normal emotional background that you live in, that lives inside, that you live in some kind of emotions and feelings constantly that you're not consciously aware of. This is your general tone of feelings, of mood. Suddenly it becomes visible to you. So you can become visible the reasons for mental health issues, the reasons for other repeating problems in your life that stem from, again, childhood learned patterns. And you don't just feel now, you notice why you're feeling this. This is the ultimate psychological goal of this eclipse. So you can break through old patterns and routines. It's a full moon eclipse which releases with the dragon's tail, with the south node. Release, you realize this pattern. Once you realize it, within a few months you can release it, or sometimes immediately, just like when someone is regressed into a past lifetime and they wonder why they always like have a pain in the back and no doctor can find anything, and realize someone broke their back in a past lifetime, and immediately the pain disappears. I hope it is like that for you. It's the last eclipse in Virgo. There's not much to work with after that there. So in your fourth house, maybe like the last push and breakthrough of some psychological attachment, which is subconscious attachments to a behavior of your ancestors and family, or repeating pattern, or even sickness, or behavior that you become conscious of, and it can be a good one. Maybe you're very successful and achieve because of some ancestral patterns again, or maybe you're wealthy because of that, or maybe you're a wonderful parent because of that, and you realize not just why you act like that and subconsciously, but why you're feeling this way and why the feeling is familiar. And many times we say like, oh, this feeling is familiar, but it doesn't mean it's right that you should be feeling like that in this situation. You can become conscious of that now as well. So, you know, especially if you say this eclipse can trigger like out of too much like disproportionate sensitivity about some topic. This in the fourth house very emotional, or some old hurt. Some old hurt is suddenly alive, and you're reacting in the present to a new situation, or suddenly you just start thinking of an old pain, or new situation. You react like in the past. Or you suddenly, this eclipse can activate like comfort seeking behaviors in you. Some people overeat when they feel emotionally insecure or threatened or defensive. or some people self-harm, some people drink, some people burn bridges. Everyone has a different way, but you start noticing it now. This is the difference. It's very subtle, but when you notice it, you can start changing it. This is in everyone in psychology, even though it's very psychological house, the fourth one. So the changes are subtle psychological changes within you that can change your whole ancestry. You can stop, it ends with you. There was like a movie that recently came on Netflix, It Ends With Us, and I kept thinking, who she ends up with. This guy turns out the pattern of abuse ends with her. So it's kind of, you can end some pattern now. That's the negative ones. Let's talk about it, because it's an eclipse of releasing the dragon's tail, the things that we are tied to materially to this world as manifestation, as patterns. We can release this attachment and the psychological patterns and behaviors that are responsible for that. You can release them. And this is important because the feelings you start recognize why you're feeling like that. It's not some mysterious way. Yes, they can be intense feelings that are born with this eclipse, as I said, old hurts or sensitivity or defensiveness or retreating. Some people, when they're emotionally threatened or upset, they retreat, they passive aggressive. Others shout. Why are you reacting emotionally like that? Why is this triggering for you? A breakthrough can happen now to realize. It doesn't mean you need to work with a psychologist. This it might help. Definitely. It can happen spontaneously. The moon releases the subconscious, the moon eclipse, the subconscious patterns to become clear to you. And you might catch yourself like repeating something like the tone of a parent or some conflict, like a learned fear from before, the need for protection, different kind of psychological complexes. Yeah, but you become conscious of those patterns, and this makes shift in your relationships with parents, in your relationships to yourself as well. For your mental health, there can be a big shift. And your attachment patterns. The fourth house is how you attach to others, why you need them for comfort, for security. Your attachments pattern can change, and this can make a big change in your family life as well. If you shift some psychological dynamics in you, they can indicate that you no longer need to do something. So the dynamics in your family can change. It can even start with a crisis with a parent or other members of your extended family or personal family. This crisis brings realizations. As I said, the subconscious is unleashed, so you can see things and patterns you didn't see before. You can recognize emotional reflexes that were automatic from before, and you can break that pattern, and that will immediately change the relationships with close people you have. And you can decide to make a big change. Sometimes people break with, family members, and they say, okay, I'm not going to allow this, or they heal family wounds because they realize it's not the fault of my parent or my brother or whatever, or my children. It's my own reaction. Or sometimes you can feel like this is too triggering to me. I realize why I'm acting now, but I cannot have those people in my life for now until I can overcome this reaction. And also questions. So that can lead for some of you changes in the family, the plans for the family, change in place of living as well. Because questions like become conscious for you, things like what makes me feel safe, what feels like home emotionally. The fourth house is feeling like home from within yourself, and what is blocking you from feeling at home in your own body, let's say. It's usually mental health issues, connected to childhood. But it's also like, why am I attached to this place? Or why am I still here? Like, this place has been nothing but, what, do I live here out of habit only? Or this house? So some people can move, some of you, others can, for some others can be just like the psychological atmosphere of what makes me feel safe. What feels like home emotionally, why do I react like that in certain situations? For others, it might lead to actual changes in place of living, in home, relationship with parents, emotional attachments, and even mental health changes. Um, so, and maybe to recognize that not all feelings that feel familiar, that you always do this, react like that emotionally, it's not always the truth. And it's usually a familiar feeling is the past living within the present, the past living through you in the present, so you can cut this connection with the past and decide, because the fourth house is in ancient astrology is known the house as of happiness. It's known as the house of to feel happy, content within yourself, to feel at home within yourself. So when you cut off certain ways of how you realize how you feel about something, it's like how we interpret reality is only based on how we feel about something. For some person, I mean, tragedies will always be tragedies. Someone's pet dies, everyone will feel sad. But one might say, I'll never have pets again and be hurt for life, or losing a child or a parent or a job. And the other person might, after the grieving, get motivated, create even better job or opportunities. So that's the emotional reaction to something is the most important. So instead of if you always react, now you have an opportunity to break away from that emotional reaction that is common for you, and that not to repeat the past. And this is incredible fundamental work this fourth house eclipse can do to free you from certain attachments, to free you from certain, you know, behaviors, especially childhood, family induced ones. So it's kind of like you notice the childhood issues inside and you be free from that. So good luck for that. But another big event is that Jupiter is turning direct in your second house from the 10th. It was retrograde from November, turns direct now in the 10th, 11th of March, and will be direct in your second house till July. So you have part of March, April, May, June, 3.5 months, let's say, where your outer circumstances and direct planet start changing the outer circumstances. Retrograde planet is the internal attitude, feelings, which Jupiter was doing for you till now about money, self worth, how worthy you are, resources. These things were changing, were being transformed. And now Jupiter turns direct. You have the next 3-4 months to those internal shifts that happen. Sometimes they're even unconscious, but you start seeing them externally now, with maybe how much money you make, how much resources are available to you, what foods you eat. And because especially when you reconsider emotion that you're worthy of stuff, you start feeding yourself healthily. You notice like wealthy people, they always eat much healthier. Well, of course, there are exceptions, but general rule, because of the sense of worth and self-worth. And then when you think something is worthy, you take better care of it, like in the case, better food, fuel for the body. So now you can apply in the external world for the next 3-4 months, like better knowledge about food and nutrition, better knowledge about money, and better if you've especially if you built up more confidence and belief in yourself about being able to survive no matter what resources are available, because you have inner resources that you can tap in. This is what Jupiter tries to teach in the second house. It's not like as simple as, oh, Jupiter through your second house you get money. It's like, no, it's more like you get an opportunity to realize that you have inner resources that you can use, like talents or whatever, and to build up that confidence that you can use to sustain yourself in no matter how changing or different material circumstances are around, because you can attract and you can create this self-resourcefulness, this self-sustainability. So you get the confidence, and as a result, it manifests as more money or more financial, material, better conditions around you. better teeth, better eating. It's a good time, Jupiter direct, to do teeth work as well, to change, to learn recipes, healthy recipes. Jupiter is knowledge, to cook, to experiment and try new ways of eating and daily habits as well. But again, they can be the solving of some material problems. Maybe there was some blockage of your company getting the right resources and materials for, I don't know, maybe you're making mattresses, or maybe your company makes ovens, or maybe you draw and the resources, and now you can get access to better resources, drawing materials, mattress making, whatever. Second house is all kinds of resources. Um, I remember I spent a lot of money and made a lot of money during Jupiter in the second house. Coming and going in Jupiter doesn't just bring money, it also, second house is in and out. It speeds up, expands, and like money needs to come out so they can come in. So this speeds this thing. So you can invest, buy stuff. Also, you can learn knowledge about investment and apply it now when Jupiter is direct and improve your financial situation overall, or just improve your self-worth and self-value. And the second house is the face. So you can start maybe doing something to improve your face, like face yoga. And I discovered face yoga with Jupiter in the second house, and I started doing it because I've never wanted to use any filters or anything. Like, I've never touched anything on my face, but you'll see me often. And yeah, that's the knowledge. Jupiter is knowledge that you discover about second house matters that can be really helping. And you see, at 45, I don't have wrinkles, and honestly, have never used anything. And I've smoked for 30 years. Well, not 30, but 25. And I drank for 20 years. And, but I this knowledge, of course, is genetics, but Jupiter in the second, it can be great time to learn how to take care better of your face, of it's knowledge about money, about self-worth, about beauty, knowledge about food and nutrition. That's one thing I've always done right, at least. Now, the other thing is that Mercury is turning direct as well on the 20th, which means till the 20th is Mercury is retrograde in your 10th house. So maybe completing some job unfinished from before, maybe coming back to an old project, redoing it, finishing touches. So maybe some project getting delayed, or maybe some complications in communications with authority figures, father figures, institutions, bosses, and maybe working under some timeline or pressure, correcting something, or rethinking career direction or job, or maybe some job offer or career offer from the past comes back, or maybe you have to redo some project that you've worked on before. It comes back again now to be finished, to be done. But usually it's not bad time with Mercury retrograde in the 10th house. It's busy time, and you see how many planets are in your 10th house. So there's a lot of action. Mars is there for work, for timelines, for matters about you can be very productive, let's say. Just the Mercury retrograde thing says that there can be some surprises, the need for plan B, plan C, some certain delays, but Mars is also there. So it's an important month for your career, let's say it this way, or for work with institutions, authorities, or with some bureaucratic matters. 10th house is those institutions, those rules, regulations, or even for self-regulating and self-control and self-discipline. And the inner authority figure inside of you is very strongly stimulated. But from the 20th, Mercury is direct, so you're going to start seeing any complications or delays with work. They get solved after that, the last 10 days of March into April. If there was some frustrations there, things start becoming more according to expectations after the 20th and getting resolved. And if you fix certain things in regards to your career or projects, or with institutions, or with some, because Mercury is any kind of written, spoken work, again, business. If you did some corrections there after the direct motion from the 20th, things will come down and you'll start seeing the results of those corrections, and you'll be grateful, even though it might have been frustrating in the middle of the process that you have to change how you do it and restructure and reorganize something, uh, but or reimagine it. But after that, you say, I'm so glad because now it's better, and things settle down and become much calmer. Let's say the last 10 months of days of March become easier and easier. Well, Venus will enter, Saturn, Neptune, we'll see. Sun will be conjunct Saturn, Neptune after that. But you see lots of two planets turning direct in your second house of money and 10th house of career. That can be good news for material side of your life, for, uh, you know, for money, for career, for taking care of business, for the practical side of life, for the routines, organization, all of those things. If there were difficulties, if there was complications, things start getting more and more channelized and productive and giving better results towards the end of the month. And you get a lot of things done, let's say, with duties, responsibilities, material, financial, and so on. So, yeah, there's a lot of internal thing that we talked about this eclipse, but it's kind of more internal work. While the more visible results here, we see them in the practical side of life, money, career, duties, and getting things done. So, thank you, Gemini. And if you'd like, come and join me for the progression course. It will be 3 months. And you'd participate in it as well. It's not just me talking, talking, talking. It will be kind of interactive, or if you can just watch the videos after that, but it's going to be a lot of fun so we can plan your life for it's not just your life for the next month. This is progressions. Is you see your whole life unfold for 90 years or however long you live. Some of you suddenly become very shy and introspective in midlife. Others the opposite. They get more. Others in their 60s, 70s might get into planets all in fire signs, which they never had before fire, and they become ambitious and driven and start making businesses or risk taking, or it's incredible to see when one will shift in life. And big stages. This we're talking like periods of 15, 20, 30 years. It's fascinating. So thank you. Sun Moon Rising, March 2026. Cancers, the good news is that Jupiter is turning direct in your sign. Let's start with the good news. Jupiter has been in your sign since June last year, 2025, but it was retrograde for the last 4 months, since November. And now in March, around the 10th, it's turning direct. So whatever things you introspected on, you grew internally. When a planet is retrograde, you don't see much external opportunities and positive developments, but internally some alchemical magic happens. And that was a lot about wisdom. Jupiter's high vibration is not wealth and money, and internal retrograde energies, wisdom. It's internal confidence building, it's internal faith building, it's re Jupiter is point of view, is belief system, your belief system rearranging about yourself or certain aspect of your life, which might for you have happened in the last 4 months, even subconsciously for some of you. But now when Jupiter turns direct, you start seeing the external manifestations of it. So, what is the external manifestation of internal change of faith, an internal change of point of view, an internal change of belief, or internal change of what you believe is possible? Well, the external manifestations is opportunities, it's growth. If you internally saw yourself as bigger, as more deserving, as more capable, or as the world is more full of opportunities, when Jupiter turns direct, you're going to start externally attracting that. So, if there was also some delays and complications in your life, because the internal process is not always easy, Jupiter doesn't always bring beautiful things for us to realize that we're bigger than we are. It sometimes does it through difficult circumstances. So revise the events of the last 4 or 5 months when Jupiter was retrograde, even if they were painful or sometimes positive. It was about building inner confidence, inner belief in yourself, inner pride, let's say, but on a positive level, And Jupiter also rules for you your ninth house naturally. So the right worldview was building for you, one that is more aligned with your true nature, with who you are. Your ninth house is to see yourself bigger and larger. You're not just physical body on earth. You are a spiritual being capable of much more, with the divine potential to be one day God itself, to create universes itself. I mean, that's very far-fetched now for us, but a little bit, even if you saw yourself a little bit more capable, a little bit more worthy, little bit more the universe as more supportive, as bringing opportunity. Now when Jupiter starts moving direct, it will start manifesting in your life. Or even if it was more like you learned something you learned during the last few months, something you gained, you increased your knowledge, your education. Jupiter is also that. Maybe you traveled and you saw something more different perspective, or maybe you were listening to teachers or self-help books, or something, and now you have an expanded version of yourself, and that expanded version of your potential will attract bigger opportunities for you over the next 4 months, with Jupiter moving direct in your first house. If it's your sun in Cancer, it can be about career, especially the last 15 degrees of Cancers will feel it very strongly from 15 to 30, but even the earlier Cancers, with Jupiter moving direct in their sign, there is like a green light for them to move ahead, to dream bigger, and not just to dream bigger, but to act it. And they'll start attracting the right circumstances for them that are more aligned with the bigger versions of themselves. They have the bigger opportunities, better opportunities, more self-confidence, more better people even around them. Jupiter also rules your sixth house. For some of you, it might be connected to work, that you attract better opportunities connected to your work, that you, because you value, you saw yourself as more bigger, capable, even better health habits, Jupiter's rule of the sixth house, or even because something shifted in you, shifting to improve your health, because Jupiter's rule of the sixth house of health habits, routines, it's can make you start believing, or when it starts moving forward, you can introduce healthier habits and daily routines into your life that can give you the foundation and the basis for more growth in your life. But the next 3 to 4 months, Jupiter will bring something into your life that will become a source of growth and meaning. Jupiter is growth and purpose and meaning for the next 12 years, Cancers. Now you're going to start seeing the external of it. Till now, Jupiter was working on preparing your soul for it internally as retrograde movement, because first you need to be vibrationally aligned to that, and then the external manifestation, which will start coming over the next 3 4 months and will unfold over the next 11 years. So there is no quick recipes here overnight. Things happen sometimes overnight. We're talking psychological processes of the planets. Sometimes when we've run out the karma of something bad, overnight things can become really good. And actually, there is a chance with Jupiter turning direct in your first house that very complicated or some difficult situation, that you can be released from it, and you can be the winds of change, like the direction of Jupiter changing. So big change in the direction of your life, because it's your first house. If it's your rising in Cancer, big change in the direction of your life. The plans for yourself for the future can suddenly change, and you can see a different perspective and move into a different direction. Opportunities can come. If it's your moon in your private life, sudden change of direction in your private life, as a parent, as a husband, as a friend, place of living as well, for the better, forward direction, things moving ahead, they're not stuck anymore, and so on. Another big thing also with health, as I said, the first house. But we have an eclipse as well, and it's a lunar eclipse. And we know that Cancer reacts very strongly to lunar eclipses because the moon rules you, of course, when the moon is eclipsed. So now this lunar eclipse, any lunar eclipse is important for you, but this one in particular, it's very fascinating. First of all, because Jupiter is in your sign, so it really enhances everything that happens for Cancer. It like magnifies it. So events, even small events at other times wouldn't create ripples, now become more meaningful because Jupiter is the pattern and meaning finding planet. So your conscious or subconscious that keeps finding meaning and patterns now. And for another few months, because the eclipse is 3 months length, while the sun, the Jupiter is direct in your sign for the next 3-4 months as well. So everything will be bigger than normal with more meaning that's happening. Everything will actually, you'd see the meaning for it. And what is a lunar eclipse? What is the moon, first of all? That's very important to learn. This is according to esoteric spiritual astrology from Rudolf Steiner and from spiritual Christianity. The moon is the valve of the subconscious. It's like a regulator. It regulates the memories, conscious and subconscious, which ones are allowed to come to the surface. So, we have past lifetimes, we have another 1,000 lives before us, we have the memories, if you don't believe in incarnations, of millions of ancestors behind us, the experience, which are subconscious, they're in our DNA, but not conscious to the surface. So both exist, the past life and the memories of the ancestors. That all of those things precondition us. All of those things define how we act and who we are. And this is what the moon is, those preconditions behaviors. But the moon regulates it, so all those subconscious thoughts and feelings and patterns don't come to the surface. So it's valve. Otherwise, we'll feel overwhelmed, remembering, imagine all your lives and all your traumas. But now when the moon gets eclipsed on the 3rd of March, for a certain period, maybe a few days, weeks around it, it's like this regulating ability of the moon is blocked. It's eclipsed. It's switched off. So suddenly the subconscious becomes conscious. Patterns that were stuck, they come to the surface. And in your case, this eclipse is happening. It's happening on the moon. So the regulation for you, it's like you become way more perceptive. The subconscious becomes conscious. So you become way more sensitive, first of all, as Cancers during eclipses, because the moon is your planet, but also like the subconscious then comes to the surface. And this eclipse is happening on a very prophetic star. I forgot to mention the star is called Zosma, and is the star for prophecy, seeing the future. So this filter of the moon is removed that keeps the invisible world, the subconscious from the conscious, on a star of prophecy. Some of you might see the future. Third house is messaging, receive messages from the invisible worlds and from your subconscious. Call it whatever you want. It's from the super or underconsciousness, subconsciousness or super consciousness. The moon removes with eclipse the valves to both of them. You can download things about the future. Your plans can change, your visions about your life can change. And they can be very intuitive and also from the subconscious, as I said. And even some memories that you are missing can come back to the surface. Remember things from the past. But the 3rd house is most importantly, how do you communicate with others? How do you communicate to yourself? The internal, conversation you have, suddenly you become conscious. Maybe you talk to yourself down. You have 3rd house in Virgo. Maybe like, you stupid. Why'd you do that? Oh, everyone's laughing at you. You see, it's like, how do you talk to yourself? Are you critical? Do you beat yourself down? Suddenly you become aware of this. And when you become aware of this internal talk, maybe you talk in a different ways to yourself. I don't know how. Maybe say you're never good enough, or that's, the Virgoish neurotic kind of like, it has to be perfect or whatever, something. Or maybe your internal dialogue is due to someone being very critical having been very critical to you as well. Then, but you catch yourself now. This is what's important about this full moon eclipse, that the unconscious becomes conscious about how you talk to yourself. You can interrupt it. So instead of automatic thinking, because many times you don't even realize you're thinking those stuff, you suddenly dissociate yourself from it, and you're like, that's the internal, you can even name that person talking to you, and you go from automatic thinking to conscious thinking. That's beautiful for breaking patterns and releasing like toxic or very critical ways of communicating and talking to yourself, and thinking, eventually of thinking. So releasing unhealthy thinking habits, one way to put it. Also, it's how you communicate with others. Some people, they listen and they communicate, many people, everyone, and they already assume, just from the tone of how someone's talking to them, they assume, the attitude of the person, they interpret, and it's what they expect to hear instead of really hearing and what the other one is saying, and reacting to people, not how what they're truly talking and meaning to say you, but reacting from your conditioning of the subconscious. So now you catch yourself and you notice, oh my God, so maybe I've been overreacting when people say this or that or to this person in my life. Actually, they mean something else. Maybe I should truly, and now you catch yourself that you're not listening, you are bringing old programs into your listening and interpreting of what others are telling you. And you can break and interrupt this pattern again. Because with third houses, often when it's automatic, we see what we expect to see. If I say red car, you'll always be seeing red cars, and you'll never see that they're purple cars, and you know or if you expect to see that everyone is mean towards you, or everyone, say, talks to you in a certain way and treats you a certain way, because third house is a house of interactions with others. It's one of the relational houses. You'd always have those people treat you this way. But if you interrupt yourself now with the eclipse, you'll see it's like an intervention of the subconscious. You become conscious of it, and you're like, actually, I'm triggering people's behaviors towards me because I don't even listen to them what they say. I expect that they mean this, or maybe you were bullied at school and you expect people are mean, or maybe you have some expect, or maybe like me, I don't feel like people listen to me. That's why I rush and I try to talk so quickly. I have Aries in my third house. I feel like, and maybe you catch yourself in some realizing some mental habit of communication that you have of or interpreting reality, and while interacting with others, which can help you improve your communications, which can help you release some toxic ways of communicating or self-talking as well. Because many times interpretations, which is the third house, it precedes facts. It precedes, instead of trying to really see what the fact is, we've already interpreted something. And you can realize that, you can realize that you have reactions to others before hearing them out and observing them. Or you might realize that you sometimes just talk to fill silences and you find it uncomfortable for silences, or the opposite. You might realize that you're super stuck to communicate with others because you constantly judge yourself, how you sound, and you repeat mentally and have mental conversations and do I sound stupid, or others talks too much, or others speaks too fast, or another person might be like they're afraid to speak up because they worry how they will be judged, or maybe you explain yourself too much. Like, that's me. But I couldn't because you don't need to. Or maybe you don't explain yourself enough. Sometimes you need to inform people. So such kind of subtleties, this eclipse can help you spot and help you catch yourself as your mind is finishing sentences before reality does. Maybe the other person meant something else, but you immediately like thought something else. And yes, that can be started by some kind of a breakthrough in communications with others, or some in relationships with sibling relatives or people in your everyday life or teammates. But the ultimate result is truly upgraded and release of some let's say, unhealthy ways of talking to yourself, communicating with others, and having more upgraded those subconscious, becoming more conscious in your communications, in your self-talk. What else is it? Your speech habits, or let's say more material level of manifesting, eclipse in your third house by the moon. Uh, it can be about sometimes letting go of certain associations, because you might realize that certain associations, like colleagues, teammates, associates, siblings, relatives, that maybe there is a bit too much happening there, or a bit too critical or unsupportive in some way, and you release it, at least temporarily, or you let go certain aspect of relationships with other people. Or maybe third house is social media, who you follow, what you watch on TV, what you fill your mind with, what books you read, what views, what you watch on TV, on social media, where you give your attention to. And you can become very conscious of certain things that are just polluting you, or certain people or groups that you follow, or social medias that you're part of, that are bringing you down, your vibration or whatever, and you eliminate them, because the eclipse is like something has played this role in you. Now it can be released, and you become conscious about and consciously realize the things that you were doing unconsciously, like unconsciously scrolling all the time. And now you catch yourself, you interrupt yourself, it becomes, and you realize why you're doing it. Maybe because you don't want to stay with your thoughts alone. Maybe because your thoughts, and you, because you realize that, you stop it. So everything starts with this realization of the hidden. But sometimes some relationships can be interrupted, or the end of something connected to third house matters. So maybe completing a written project, communication project, some phone device can leave your life, some friend or acquaintance as well, or sibling or relative, or some project can be completed, business, written, media as well, and kind of the culmination, it gives its result. And last but not least, we have a lot of planets in your ninth house. You see, there is, yes, this third house is active with the eclipse, but most of the majority of planets in March are in first and ninth house in water signs, and you're another water sign. So that's supportive for you. The ninth house with planets dates about your goals for the future, seeing the higher perspective, seeing a different point of view. And this is the version new 1.1, this is point 2, this is point 3. The highest version of yourself is the ninth house. The highest, the ideal. So that's coming closer towards the ideal you have this month. And Mercury is retrograde there, of course, till the 20th. Don't forget that. It is possible, everything Mercury retrograde. I'm not even going to say it, it's kind of miscommunication sometimes. But you see, this eclipse here reveals to you a lot of the behaviors of why this happens, or people from the past connecting with you, traveling, revising some old knowledge, ninth house, working on some teaching or learning projects, something to teach or learn. Uh, the ninth house is very, wants to expand to knowledge based. So expanded consciousness is also part of this process, with Jupiter turning direct, again also in your sign, this expansion of consciousness. So you're working on yourself to be a better version of yourself, and you're more aligned. The ninth house is your higher self. If the first house is the physical body, it's all part of the self. The ninth house is like your highest self. This is like the normal personality, your everyday consciousness. This is the super consciousness, the ninth house. And you can connect more easily with the super consciousness, get messages from there, and make plans for the future, those first 20 days especially. Or it can be about traveling or teaching or learning or dealing with some plans for the future. And of course, with Mercury retrograde, you might be changing something there. It's also might be important period for travel, education, higher knowledge. Yeah. Or if you want to learn something, expand your consciousness, you can come and study with me progressions. We're starting actually the moment Mercury turns direct in your ninth house of higher knowledge, of seeing and mapping your whole life. The ninth house is to have a plan for the future, to know the direction, to be clear about yourself, to get a message from your higher self for the path, your soul map, so to speak. And here we gonna, that's what's gonna do with progressions, map out your life for the next 30, 60, 90 years, depends how long you live, but you don't just look at small things with progressions. You look, okay, from 40 onwards, I'll be super social for 20 years. Till then, I was just staying at home. I'm giving random example. Oh, from 60, suddenly all my planets are moving into water. I'll become way more emotional. I'll become way more a deeper relationship possible to have, more imaginative. So how are you gonna change your whole how your whole personality changes because you don't stay, or like you cancers, maybe suddenly you're way less emotional at certain part in your life because many of your planets move to Virgo and they stay there for 20, 30 years. So you're practical, detail oriented, and way more down to earth. Or maybe your planets move to Leo, suddenly you're out there taking over the world and you're not a wallflower like Cancer usually is. So we can track those processes with progressions. So come and join me, 30% off for early bird. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Leo, this month starts with an eclipse in your second month, a lunar eclipse. That's the last, you're not going to have eclipses in your second house for 9 years after that. So the last one is the most potent because it usually brings the biggest revelation. Oh, for some of you, maybe you experienced this already in the last couple of years because there was other eclipses in your second house, lunar one, I think maybe one other lunar one or another one here in the second house, but the lunar eclipses are different than the solar. What is the moon that gets eclipsed? The moon is the regulator. It regulates the subconscious not to enter the conscious. The memories from past lifetimes, from early childhood, from ancestors, because it will get overwhelmed. But when the moon gets eclipsed for a few days, hours, or it might be even for a second or for a few weeks and months, this valve that blocks the subconscious is removed. So suddenly we become very conscious of certain habits that we have, very conscious of certain autonomic behaviors and beliefs we have. And what's the secret? All psychologists say if you become conscious of something, realize it with your whole body, not just intellectually. Because, I've been to psychologists and they told me, oh, you're doing this because of fear of dad or whatever, some father issue. I'm like, okay, I understand it intellectually, but until you feel it in your bones, you realize it yourself. You kind of notice this, and it's like being struck in your, like a lightning. Then the big change happens. And for you, it's the second house. This is all about fears connected to survival and fear is connected to lack of scarcity, fear of not having enough money, resources, food. And what's the ultimate fear? Because I'll die. If I don't have enough money, not gonna eat today or whatever, ultimately I'll die. Or anxiety about having enough. And there will be like a breakthrough there because the subconscious fears, they become clear to you suddenly. Why? Or why do you self-sabotage yourself financially? Suddenly you can realize it. And in a flash or over a few days or a few weeks, you can shift those fears and understand why they come from. And I can help free you from behaviors and whole patterns and energy structures around you that are keeping you poor or that are keeping you anxious about resources, that are keeping you stuck in scarcity consciousness and as a result experiencing the scarcity outside, or that keep you too attached. Maybe some of your identity, many people's identities, I'm what I have, like I'm my bags, I'm my how much money I have, or I'm only confident. For me, it was a long term, and I'm a Leo as well, and it's always been like, oh, if I don't have money, I'm not good enough, or I'm not worthy enough, or I'm like, I've never been on my handbags and shoes, but there are people that think that I'm my money, I'm my expensive clothes, and so on, or my worth is equal to how much I make or own. Oof, that's a big one for me. And you can catch yourself here and you can recognize it. You can catch the emotional pattern behind, and that immediately shifts your energy. And over the next 3, 4 months, you can see big shifts in your finances where you've released certain fears or fear of dependency. Some people are so fearful to be dependent on another. They like, that's me as well. Like, I need to make my own money and so on. And you know, so my something can break through there. Some big change can happen. Or maybe you're fearful that you never have enough resources, but you recognize this pattern now that comes from the subconscious. It's never enough, that, or like in my case, okay, there is enough now, but any moment it can dry out, any moment it can finish. And that's it. I'm not going to survive. And I don't have attachment to objects, but this is great transit for people, Leos, to get rid of objects or clutter or things that, because they suddenly have a realizations that it's an emotional past pattern that is getting them stuck in owning so many things, and you release them and you make space for new things to come into your life. Usually they'll come to you through others. The North Node in the eighth house. So don't be so attached to what you possess. Don't be so, this eclipse is telling that. Don't over identify yourself with how much you make or what possessions you have. And you'll be able actually, it's easy to say this, but you have some spiritual realization about that. And that your value is not your how much money you make, what you have. Uh, you equating ownership with identity, that you can have a breakthrough with that, and then you have proper self-value and self-worth, and eventually over the next 2, 3 months and onwards, and for the future from now on, you can notice that you've released a huge blockage connected to financial security and money in some stuck financial situation that gets released, so you can welcome more of the abundance of life into your, and the support. The fourth, second house is being resourceful, always finding it's like the paradise picture. The perfect second house is you go out, you pick a piece of fruit, everything is provided for you by the universe. Well, circumstances are not exactly like that, but you start realizing on the high vibration of the second house that there is resources everywhere, and that you have the capacity and talents to tap into them, even if it's in the middle of war, in the middle of a financial crisis worldwide, in the middle of being fired, getting divorced. You have the potential. So this eclipse truly wants to remove those fears connected with uh, this scarcity mindset. You see, I feel unsafe, but actually you're not unsafe, because this, and you realize that you're not starving, you're not gonna die. Like, I have a friend with Leo rising, she's always very worried financially, and this can help her break through. She's, and she lives in a beautiful mansion with children, safe husband, everything, but because she doesn't provide for the family herself, and this gives her a lot of worries that she's not financially sufficient, or that there's not going to be enough, or that you know it will get stopped from above. So yes, we have those fears, and this eclipse can help people overcome those things. But this is such massive healing, and immediately you won't immediately become wealthy, but when you remove this blockage there and you start seeing the universe as full of resources, and you can tap into the resources, and maybe you can even, like, I don't know, become a waiter for a few months, or you have a different resource or whatever that you can provide, and that the universe is going to always provide, as long as you have, the you activate your own inner resources, and to realize that you're not actually unsafe. So it's a big freedom liberation, because the eclipse is really liberating. Or second house is about how you eat, what you put in your body, how you sustain your body yourself, the first house, and the second. So On the material level, some financial problem can disappear, uh, and it can be preceded by a crisis. Of course, it's an eclipse. It can be preceded by financial crisis or a scare or situation, and then you watch yourself how you react, and that makes the breakthrough because the subconscious motivation comes to the surface, you become aware of it, so you make the subconscious conscious, and that breaks the pattern. So even if it starts with a difficult financial situation or some uncertainty, or uncertainty about your safety overall in life, second house is not just money, it's safety, survival. I'm not saying you're going to have it, but something breaks through in this crisis, or it doesn't have to happen through crisis. You can just catch yourself, how you think, or some external situation about money and security that activates you to change this pattern and to change how you view it. And because of that, you can be freed from some financial obligation. You can be freed from some state of financial situation you've had for many years of life. You can even let go and release things you have that you attach to, possessions that you no longer define you. You realize they don't define you. The fear disappears and it becomes conscious. All the second house is also how we eat. Some people have comfort eating patterns. Some people, I know people that are afraid to eat because they fear they'll choke, so they just drink liquids. Everyone has something about eating. Or that can change, breakthrough, because eclipse, you become conscious why you have this, or why do you keep gravitating to foods that are not good for you. For some it might be alcohol, for others can be sugar, for others can be I don't know, whatever, too much meat. For others, so there is something that, again, it's locked subconsciously why you do it, even though you know it's not good for you, but you conscious know, I have to stop, shouldn't eat like that, I shouldn't overeat, or I shouldn't starve myself. Some people, like bulimia, is the other extreme. They have fear of food, or and they realize it's problematic, and they realize it's not good, but they can break through. Like, just for me, always, I eat anxious comfort eating, and I stopped it when I started smoking, because I substituted it with something way worse. And then it was vaping, and then it was chewing nicotine gums and whatever. And because I've been having those eclipses in the second house from my ascendant in the last year, and even though I was not smoking for years, I was like vaping, nicotines, whatever. The last eclipse that happened in my second house from the ascendant a few months ago was the breakthrough, because I've known, okay, I have to stop that, or for someone it might be, I have to stop this food, or I have to change. But until you feel it, until the subconscious becomes conscious, the change is not gonna happen. And then after an eclipse, lunar eclipse again, it was though in my second house from ascendant 6 months ago, that's when it changed. Like, I realized it. I realized I just knew it. You see it like a movie. And it's happened over the course of a month. And I didn't have to, when I stopped nicotine, I didn't need to instead substitute with food. Something broke, something shifted. I realized it, and I substituted with teas, and that's so. This is incredible. No, that's why I'm sorry. I'm going on a tangent, but I went through that earlier because I'm Aquarius rising, and the eclipse, the lunar eclipse, the last one was in the second. Now, as a Leo moon, the lunar eclipse is in the second house, and you as Leos, so there can be some breakthrough in your relationship with food or unhealthy substances, and it happens much more easy for you to release it, because the unconscious, while you're doing it, becomes conscious. Even if it's not in some clear way and pattern that you see why you're doing it, there's some emotional realization that you're not so attached to it. Especially, a lot of eating stuff is about attachment, and it's easier for you to let go of stuff now, because second house is attachment, or clinging to routines for safety, obsessive routines. For some of you, you can get healed from that. You can release it as well, or cling to unhealthy routines as well. You can get the detachment gets dissolved with this eclipse. It becomes conscious. this attachment rather than automatic. Once it becomes conscious, you resolve it. And finally, this eclipse is about dissociating and separating what you have from who you are. And because then you're not controlled by your financial situation of how worthy you feel as a person. And you can create a different financial reality for yourself because your personality and who you are is not attached to what you have currently. So yeah, big breakthrough can start happening for you in the months. Then another big event is that Jupiter is turning direct for you in your 12th house. It was retrograde there from November and it's turning direct. It will be direct there till July when it enters Leo. So your subconscious is being prepared. It can be the resolve of some mental 12th house, very mental health house, how you emotionally feel. So it can be the resolution of some mental health issue, turning around. The change of direction is turning around into a different direction, 180 degrees shift of mental health issue or of some addiction issue. 12 house is connected to self-sabotaging behaviors. Maybe if you made the efforts while Jupiter was retrograde and some deep realization happened, now when it starts moving direct after the 10th, 11th of March, you start seeing that it's much easier for you to be free from some self-sabotaging behavior, some addiction, that it kind of and it's funny that especially if it's connected to some actual substances that you put in your body, it's this eclipse in the second house is helping there as well for release. Second 12th house is also some deep realizations about healing, spirituality, even past lifetimes, that now you can, when Jupiter turns direct, you can externalize that and you can start seeing the changes that when retrograde, the changes happen internally and there's spiritual changes. There is deepening often of faith, of spiritual understanding, or some research that is happening that is deep, and that you have deeper kind of research realizations there, or introspection. It's very introspective, Jupiter there, but it's very wise. It brings like light. Jupiter is light bearer. It's almost as big as the sun, and it has its own light, as you know. It's the only planet that has its own light, and they expect it soon to turn into a mini sun. I mean, in the next few billion years. So it brings illumination and wisdom and knowledge in the 12th house, subconscious, your hidden subconscious demons, That's very similar. Jupiter in the 12th house turning direct to an eclipse of the moon. The moon, as I said, the guardian of the threshold of the subconscious. Your subconscious feelings, motivations in the 12th house is your subconscious. Jupiter bringing a light there. So there is big psychological shifts happening for Leos. You see, one is especially connected to your resources and attachments and how you take care of your body, the second house, and finances. The other one is on the psychological deep level of spiritual, emotional attachments, addictions that get straightened out now. Or if you worked on some project connected to 12th house, hotel, Airbnb, addiction, or retreat, behind the scenes, something, or some artistic project. Usually it's more, something where the imagination is very active, where you need maybe writing music, something else where you need to retreat from the world and be in this creative mode. This is the 12th house. Now when Jupiter starts moving direct, you're going to start seeing the results of it. You can start seeing it come together, those inspirations, those imaginations start coming together, or the work on this 12th house, maybe some investment in a foreign country you've been working, or maybe some opportunity in a foreign country can start happening for you. So first of all, you release fears of financial dependence, of financial survival. The financial circumstances change with the eclipse there. And second of all, you're releasing the demons and fears. The 12th house can be also phobias, fears, that Jupiter is healing there, that are subconscious again, that we're not aware of. And opportunities can come to you from the most unexpected places in the next 3 to 4 months with Jupiter direct in your 12th house. Usually it's help and support from the invisible worlds. That when Jupiter turns direct, it's actual. It's like when you most need it, someone gives you money or brings an opportunity. It's like your ancestors is in the 12th house of departed, or your guardian angels as well. Then Jupiter is very benevolent. So you have like guardian angels protecting you when Jupiter starts moving direct. Well, when it was retrograde, you can still get the protection, but it's a bit unclear yet, or it's kind of more on the internal. It's like they're keeping you internally protection. Now you're going to see externally as well, like deep symbols of faith and the universe taking care of you and aligning things in some way. But it's kind of spirit with spiritual connotations. And it's good for anything to do with foreign countries, foreign travel opportunities there, or spiritual work or research work when Jupiter is turning direct in the 12th house, or even to be freed from some stuck situation as well. 12th house is prisons, imprisonment, whether mental, whether physical, or whether kind of isolation, being stuck in something. Jupiter can start things moving there, so you get clarity to get out of some stuck situation. And it's like a sacred pause, Jupiter in the 12th house. And even if things were blocked and uncertain, because something is ending, Jupiter in the 12th house, it's an ending cycle. But especially while Jupiter is retrograde, you're not certain what is it ending, which part, which aspect of me, which side of life. Okay, it's ending, but what is coming after? And the moment Jupiter turns direct, you start making sense, the meaning, why it's this part is, and it's much easier to let go of the past because you've done the grieving during Mercury retrograde, and you've done the higher perspective why you're letting go of something in your life. So it's easy for you to move forward after that. And it doesn't mean this thing or this person or whatever situation will forever leave your life. It's just the process had to go through where you're okay, detached, where you're okay to let go of it. It can still come back to you. It doesn't mean forever it's gone. But you're okay internally with that. That's the healing process. When Jupiter starts moving direct, you move forward as well. And last but not least, Mercury is retrograde till the 20th in your 8th house, another psychological introspective house. So there's a lot of internal digging and introspection happening, and things from the past you're bringing back, traumas, or realizing some things from alternative different point of view, rehashing some conversations or some meanings, and reading between the lines of what someone said, what they mean. But also it can mean you get in touch with someone from the past. 8th house is one of the relational houses. And to rethink our emotional attachment with someone, to renegotiate an emotional attachment, or to renegotiate a financial contract even with someone, or material contract where money is coming to you from others. Mercury retrograde in this 8th house, whether it's from someone supporting you, or from clients or government or business partner or marriage partner, or if resources coming to you from others, something is shifting there, something will be re-examined, changed, reevaluated in certain ways. And when Mercury starts moving direct, you'll start seeing the results of that change. Also, maybe taxes, insurances, inheritances, you have to correct something to finish, to change something in regards to that. With so many planets in the 8th house, it's like either tax season, 8th house, or other people's finances, partners' finances, or mutual finances, or investments in mutual finances and hedge funds and stocks that you have with pooled resources. That's something. Don't do risky investments the first 20 days of March. Mercury is retrograde in your 8th house. But maybe re-examine something, research something, redo something. And if there's some expenses that come to you through others, or some shift in resources that you receive from others, you'll become clear about where it's heading after Mercury turns direct, and things will become more normal after that. But Yeah, lots of internal developments. This 12th house, this 8th house, two planets turning direct there. It's again about mental, emotional health starting to improve, but they're both retrograde. And when the change is happening, the first 10 days is Jupiter turning direct, the next 10 days, so till the 20th, Mercury turning direct. So there is like a lot of internal shifts of how you feel about things, how you feel about emotionally about yourself, about others, about change of feelings. Thankfully for the good, because planets are turning direct, and from more introspective, starting to become more reaching out and more. Give it till the end of the year, you'll be feeling much more active when Jupiter is already in your sign. But right now, especially March, it's more this watery month, this more emotional month. Maybe take breaks and holidays. Maybe, spend more time within yourself as well. Yeah, you might be dealing with the eighth house matters, investments from others, finances, resources with others, changing something in how you approach other people's resources, clients, money, or re-examine, rebudgeting something, having to make a different plan there. But as I said, also, this eclipse is really helping you release the fears that, and maybe even accept help from someone if you haven't accepted till now, to open yourself to receive help from others, that you don't always have to survive on your own. This eclipse can help you that, or opportunities, different opportunities for financial stability can come to you. And the eighth house is also the house of fears. Again, this is the axis of fears and survival, the second, the eighth. So Mercury retrograde day is helping with this eclipse to help you overcome those fears of, survival, in some sort. It's also about deep, intimate conversations you might have with others, or some deep research. Again, 8 and 12 house are both research house. Your mind, and I'm already, Mercury is already turning retrograde. And I'm like, what's happening? My husband comes to me and like talks to me and hey, where are you? Because Jupiter retrograde in my 12th house, so many planets in my 8th house. These are subconscious, these are what's that called? Like introspective houses. So I'm like zone out in my own mind. If you're Leos and you're feeling the same and you're going too deep within, and I don't usually like doing that, but like I don't even hear, I switch off and go into a different world, imaginary world, or I'm thinking about something and I'm putting my phone in the fridge and but I'm in there. I'm not seeing what's happening out there. And it's a bit hard to get yourself unstuck there. So that's a little bit of the water energy emotionally we can feel. It's okay. Don't worry, it will pass. When we go into April, all the fire planets, and also good news, Jupiter is going to be from the 10th approximately of March into Aries, so it's protecting us physically, health-wise. Good time for travel if you want to travel to a foreign country. The last 20 days of March, the first 10 of April, and after that, Venus is wonderful also for teaching. If you want to teach or learn something, very auspicious. And of course, if you want to learn with me astrology, we're starting the course on March when Mercury turns direct, March the 19th or 20th, on progressions where you map the whole life ahead. Ninth house, where Venus is going into and where Saturn is already for you, is about mapping the future. So knowing the future, the plan for the future. And this is exactly what perfect progressions are. It's like, oh, around 30, all your planets are going to move into Libra, and suddenly you become way more social for the next 20, 15, 30 years. Or your planets are going to move into Scorpio at around 60 or something. Wow, from Scorpio you become super powerful for some reason, or you have a lot of control, power over others. It's incredible how to map big periods of life, not just like, oh, Sunday eclipse. No, no, this is big chunks. For the next 30 years, your relationships will be under the sign of Cancer. So you'd prefer more traditional marriages. And after that, they'll move in under the sign of Gemini retrograde. and you suddenly want to have a double relationship or have date someone younger for the next 15 years or something, So this is fascinating how you can see huge chunks of life. Anyway, if you want to join me, thank you. And yeah, this introspective energy, take it easy, but lots of good news as well. Virgo Sun Moon Rising, March 2026, Virgo eclipse in your sign on the 3rd of March. That's around the 12th degree of Virgo. Whoever has Sun, Moon, or Rising, those degrees, even from 7 till 15, 16, they would feel this eclipse very strongly. It can be life-changing events. It's the last eclipse in Virgo for the next 9 years. You'll be free for 9 years from eclipses. But I do love eclipses in one sun or moon or ascendant sign because these are the years that some of the most pivotal fated events happen, and the biggest shifts and transformations also happen in the personality, because the first house is you, whether it's your ascendant, especially it's your reactions to the world. Uh, you become conscious of them with an eclipse. What is the moon? The moon keeps the subconscious memories, impressions from entering the conscious. It's a regulator of the subconscious consciousness. And when it's eclipsed, this valve is opened, it's removed. This layer that separates the unconscious to the conscious is removed. So the unconscious, the subconscious, comes and becomes observable. It's kind of like super consciousness for a little bit. And it can be overwhelming if it's constantly like that, but for little periods, we are allowed to peek into the subconscious and to make sense of it and to understand it consciously. And this last lunar eclipse is happening in your sign. So there is a great opportunity to upgrade yourself. This is the changing of one's skin. And when big changes happen, it's only when you really realize something to the core. Now, we all know, like repeating patterns of family, we even recognize them, but until you feel it in your bones, not just mentally recognizing it, it's like you feel it. This is what an eclipse opens, this kind of lunar eclipse in particular, recognition of the subconscious really becoming conscious. And a lunar eclipse in the first house basically symbolizes the time when the automatic things that we do without even consciously knowing what we're doing, the automatic personal reactions. The first house is how you react, especially when we're talking about ascendant, and the identity habits. And the sun also is identity. So everything that is automatic in your identity habits, they become like, directly you can observe them. And it allows the person, eclipse in the first house, to be able to more consciously, to act more consciously instead of just reacting. So you can catch yourself when someone talks to you, for example, and you're already tensing up because you feel criticized or something. But you might still react defensively, but you'll notice yourself. You become conscious, and next time and further into the future, you'd react less and less defensively. That's one example, because it's in Virgo, this filtering everything through being criticized, through the prism of being criticized, not enough. So instead of feeling defensive, it can allow you to approach the world in different ways, to break through an old personality. Or you might realize yourself, why am I acting like that? I don't consciously choose this. It's some subconscious reaction. And to interrupt it, to become conscious, and this is beautiful, it's called the birth of individual consciousness. This is what we have to do in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, the birth of individual consciousness rather than tribal consciousness. We're going that direction, but instead of acting from compulsion, from habits, which is the moon, habits that were instilled in us by the tribe, by family, by, the early childhood, the ancestral patterns, they get eclipsed for a little bit. So we can be pure consciousness, more uniquely ourselves. So we can choose consciously how we're going to react to the world instead of like a robot. Most of us are like robots, but you catch yourself occasionally, and that's when an eclipse happens in your first house. And from the ascendant, from the moon, if it's your moon in Virgo, your habits, you catch consciously why you have certain habits, and you can very easily shed certain habits, unhealthy habits, ways of comforting yourself and self-soothing. You can let go of unhealthy such habits, or even unhealthy emotional attachments if it's your moon in Virgo that the eclipse is activating. So letting go of a toxic relationship, letting go of the influence of a parent has on you, and the ancestors and the ancestral behaviors that they have on you, that you no longer repeat those problems and you individualize from them. So yeah, everyone in your family got diabetes, or everyone was overweight, or everyone had problems with money or with relationships. So you automatically believe that's how things are, and you kind of in solidarity, you keep doing the same. This is the moon, the habits, but it gets eclipsed. And you're like, oh, wait, why am I choosing to do that? Like, oh, and you might have known, yeah, my grandparents were like that. My parents are, okay, I'm the same. I realize it mentally. I shouldn't be, but until you clearly see it, this eureka moment that eclipses allow for, you cannot really shift. And now you're giving this opportunity to really shift. And to really give the birth of the conscious individuality rather than do things automatically. Freedom begins when the eye observes the personality, so we can even notice at moments with an eclipse in the first house, lunar eclipse in particular, that you become like you're watching your own life through behind your eyes. You know how meditators speak about that you become the witness? Well, we don't experience this normally. You understand it logically, but until you have an eclipse in the first house, or on your ascendant, on your moon, on an important point, then especially lunar eclipse at the south node. But the good thing is that you recognize this, you notice, you're watching a movie from behind your eyes, and instead of being over-identified with your body, with yourself, with your personality, you become like a witness. This is what, the subconscious, when it gets eclipsed, comes to the surface, and you observe yourself, and you're able to remove a lot of habitual patterns and unhealthy behaviors. And that's the transformation of the soul, the shedding of the skin of the snake. We call the north node, the south node that cause the eclipses. They represent a snake, but deep transformation there. And of course, eclipse is also about relationships. It's a very big month for relationships. So it's like shedding of some old role or behavior or acting or identity. I'm no longer Lada the smoker, because I overcame this recent stuff. I'm now Lada the fresh air breather. It's much easier to shift what your identity is in your head. Or I'm no longer like lazy couch potato. I'm an athlete. It's easy to notice those brands that you give to yourself, the self-identification and roles that you think you're stuck for life with the eclipse, because the subconscious gets the unconscious becomes conscious. It's very alchemical process, spiritual process. It's hard to explain, but people of spiritual practices, they'll understand that, because in meditation you can get to those states to be the observer. But now you get it without meditation on the eclipse, and if you combine it with the meditation, you can get some really crazy results, positive. And it can, for some of you, might feel like, oh, sacrificing a part of yourself, letting go of certain body image you have, letting go of certain body part sometimes, or appearance, or letting go of certain behavior or role in life. You're no longer a stay-at-home mom. You're a different role now. You're no longer a astrologer or whatever. I'm giving my examples. You're not just that term, or you're more than that. You're not just this. Self-identification with whatever it is. So some role leaves, a new role comes with this eclipse. Some new direction in life, some old direction goes away, and you release it. This eclipse is about releasing, realizing something. Sorry, my notes. Checking here, roles that play automatically, how you try to Oh, if you're habitually shy or habitually confident, many people, majority of people have problems with confidence. They're shy usually. They feel of themselves less than. Very much smaller percentage. They're overconfident, but still, and you notice this, and you notice how you belittle yourself. Virgo is more about belittling yourself, and you notice those patterns. And again, you're able to divest and shed that role, this belittling self-image that you have, that you automatically ascribe to yourself as a role, as a tag to yourself. Reactions that you thought, well, that's just me, that's how I react. No, again, it don't have to be. If you react always to something with a cigarette or by shouting or by retreating, you become no conscious of that and you can interrupt this process. But also we have a lot of energy in the seventh house, so a lot of focus on relationships. So there can be a big shift in relationships. Mercury is retrograde there till the 20th. You can change your attitude. Sorry. You can change your attitude towards someone, uh, how you see them. Uh, to You can shift your approach towards a relationship or someone in a relationship, a client, a boyfriend, girlfriend, or friend, close friend, or one-on-one relationships. They can call you out on something, Mercury retrograde, that they've been keeping up and they want to bring up to the surface, and they address it to be so the relationship can be more balanced, more fair. Or if you're upset and something bothers you because you're Mercury and you're going into the seventh house retrograde, and you might be like, this behavior from client or from a person or from a boyfriend or wife or colleague, anyone you have a one-on-one peer relationship or one-on-one interactions, you might call them out and you might kind of feel the need to speak something that was unspoken. There might be something lost in translation as well with Mercury retrograde in Pisces in the seventh house. It's good to be more careful about details, that someone doesn't miscommunicate something, you misunderstand something. There might be a delay of some contract or agreement or sale or some project that you're doing. If it depends on another person, there can be a delay there or the need to be re-examined. But it all starts moving forward and relationships improve and people become more reliable again after Mercury turns direct from the 20th onwards. So if there was some unexpected surprises in your relationships, maybe you have an appointment to meet someone, they don't turn up, or maybe you have plans with your partner to do something, it goes topsy-turvy. Any plans you had with others, so business meetings, so that it relies on others, the participation, whether it's a contract, to do something together with another. If it was kind of frustrated or up in the air or uncertain, it calms down and becomes again normal after the 20th, and possibly you'd have improved your relationships by bringing up, communicating things that needed to be brought up, to be discussed. You bring them up and you correct it, or if not, you might even remove certain people from your life, or certain aspects of the relationship. But ultimately, Mercury wants to do things more fair, whether in a contract, in a deal, in a sale. Mercury is a planet of fairness as well, like Venus, to the games of the rule. Mercury rules the games, the rules of the game. Rules of the game. So you need to renegotiate the rules of the game that you play with someone else, or you might just be meeting people from the past you haven't seen, or reconnecting with boyfriends, girlfriend from the past, or friends from the past. For me, when Mercury goes retrograde in my seventh house from the ascendant, pretty much every time it's meeting someone I haven't seen for a while, a friend usually. Depends how many boyfriends, girlfriends you had before that, it might be that as well, or even rethinking your attitude towards such a relationship. And sometimes, like, my plans always with partner, kind of a bit up in the air around that time. But also you can, correct such things during Mercury retrograde period and bring out stuff that were buried that you need to bring up, that once said that need to be addressed now. some corrections. But it's also Mars in your seventh house. So you'll be quite proactive getting with others. Others will be busy interacting with you. It's important to include others in your life right now. It's important to take them into considerations, not to try to do everything alone. As I said, you're shedding your skin here. You're noticing aspects of your behavior and so on, and you're changing direction in some way. An old part of you is dying, the rebirth of the new one, but there might be the need of someone to help you there. So don't try to do things alone. With so many planets in the seventh house, reach out for help. Even if there is kind of this Mercury retrograde there that you can't be fully certain what others will offer you. Uh, but it is, yeah, do stuff with other people if possible. Uh, with the Mars there in the seventh house. But with Mars and Mercury, there can be the possibility more of a confrontation with others. Just know that, especially till, yeah, till it's March. All those planets there, especially till around the 20th. But after that, Mercury will catch up with Mars again. So yeah, this whole month, just be a bit more careful with others, but they can be also great, like a engine pressing you to do changes, to move in a new direction, because the North Node is there, Mars is there, the initiator of new beginnings, the Sun, which is like the energy, the fuel. So others, their ideas or their behaviors, even if it feels like they're stepping on your toes or challenging you, they're like the engine and the way the universe is talking to you and is pushing you forward. So don't discount those. All right, and of course, Jupiter is turning direct in your 11th house. It was retrograde from November. This is the most favorite house of Jupiter in the 11th house. And you're like, well, it didn't give me anything. It's been there since June. Well, because it was retrograde for 3-4 months from November till the 10th of March. This is a period when it's external blessings of Jupiter, which is wealth in the 11th house, or which can be titles, honors, recognition, achieving a goal or a dream, more gains financially, opportunities that come to you through others. Those things are stagnated. Then the internal changes are happening during the retrograde period, which is you recognizing possibly internally uh, uh, wisdom. The Mercury Jupiter retrograde is wisdom that you gained about who are the right people in your life that can truly help you, or wisdom about what kind of activities will be the most productive for gains, for rewards. Now you can start applying it physically. Or maybe your belief system in regards to 11th house gains have changed in regards to what is to receive recognition and validation from others, maybe instead of, so when those priorities shift during the retrograde period, now that Jupiter turns direct, you start seeing the change of external as well, the external change of those circumstances of your life for better, improved friendships, better quality people around you, friends, uh, better people like clients or so, other 11 houses that you connect with people on more truthful ground, the ones that will be mutually beneficial to each other. You first did the revision with the retrograde period, and now you can connect to the right circles. You can go out after the 10th and approach, maybe even after Mercury turns direct after the 20th, approach dignitaries, people in position, benefactors, people that you admire, or the right groups and circles or online societies or whatever, or join certain clubs so you can make your dreams fulfill now. Because with Jupiter moving direct till July, including, I think, till July, no, not including, in your 11th house, you have a chance to, first of all, increase your gains, make yourself, bring out a project to the society that can help or change society, get recognition from others, but most importantly, connect with the right people, the right tribe that will help you thrive over the next 12 years, that will help you achieve certain goals. So now internally the shifts happen, and now you can connect, you can do the right, maybe find benefactors, so you can really receive rewards, material, physical, or social rewards, like a recognition for previous efforts, for a job well done before. Sometimes this is by a bonus, by getting promoted, or some by getting more money, more clients, or more popularity. If you've done the work hard, Jupiter now turning direct will reward you. And if you retrained yourself in some way, how to approach those topics in more wiser way, it's fantastic for example, to start a marketing campaign in the next 3 months, to expand your audience, your clients, your friendship network circle, and so on. And if you had problems there, they'll start shifting and being, improving and seeing the results of your previous efforts, whether it's for gains, whether it's for popularity, 11th house rules, those things. So social economic rewards. And by the way, if you'd like to learn astrology with me and to map not just the next year, this is the best productive tool, progressions. You don't need to know much astrology, you just need to know the 12 signs, what the planets are, the houses, everything else I will teach you. And it's like progressions is like you open up the map and you see, wow, from 70, suddenly all my planets move into fire. And I'll become super active and my life will be full of adventure, or, oh, look, from 30, I'm here, all my planets are moving into Libra, or I'll become way more social instead of being, kind of retreating, or maybe a lot of energy comes into your love life. That's Scorpio for 20 years. Wow, I've been a very codependent relation, maybe with a Scorpion person for 20 years. You see big chunks of life. It's fascinating. Come and join me. It's so much fun to do progressions. Not if you want to become astrologer. This is to map your whole life. So it's amazing. So thank you so much. 30% off for early bird. And enjoy this incredibly important eclipse in your ascendant, sun, or moon sign Virgos. Because as I said, you have a rare chance to become conscious and to consciously choose who you want to be rather than to accept some automatic roles, and to be free from such ones that are not authentic to you. Libra Sun Moon Rising, March 2026. Libra, this month starts with the final eclipse in Virgo. We've had a few eclipses in Virgo over the last 2 years, and as the final one, they should bring in some of the biggest results and changes. And eclipse, what is an eclipse on the moon? The moon is the guardian of the threshold. It keeps the unconscious, the subconscious from entering the conscious, so we don't get overwhelmed. This is what the moon does. It regulates the memories from past lifetimes, from subconscious, from ancestor impressions, you know, keeps it under key. And now when it gets eclipsed for a few minutes or a few hours or weeks for some people, this valve gets released. So we have direct access to the unconscious. The unconscious impressions become conscious. We start realizing them. And it's happening on top of that, this eclipse in your 12th house, which is the house of the subconscious. So double whammy here, which means that things that were buried for us, things that were, you know, unknown or forgotten or not even conscious to us, we have an opportunity for them to become conscious for you. For example, some memories can appear, and these memories might not even be related to you, or feelings or impressions, because the 12th house is not just your past lifetimes or anything, it's the collective unconscious. So you might become like you might realize that you have some strong feelings, or like a mood of anxiety comes, or some kind of any kind of strong feeling, and instead of being just like a slave to those, or just like a little tiny boat in the ocean, swung around by moods, by especially unspoken moods that are like, why am I suddenly feeling like that? Why am I anxious? Or why am I suddenly worried? Or why am I sad? Or something like that. Like big swoops of moods. And you start realizing now with the eclipse that you are not those moods, that they're not yours. So there's this dissociation from identification with the collective and subconscious feelings, and you start recognizing when some feelings and moods are yours and when some are from someone else or from the collective unconscious. Many times we feel uncomfortable or something, and and we start to try and ascribe that feeling. Oh, it's maybe because so and so said something to me, or maybe it's so because like, oh, I have this thing I have to do and I'm stressed and I'm worried. It's not. Many times, probably 90% of the case, the foods and the moods that we have, they're like a passing cloud, and they're not even ours. They're from some collective, someone's suffering somewhere, or something is coming into the future, not for us collectively. Maybe someone shoots a rocket to, attack something. And we kind of pick up on that anxiety because we're all psychic, intuitive beings without realizing it. So right now with this eclipse, you have a very rare opportunity, Libras, to recognize when it's yours, those feelings, and when it's not. So, for example, you notice it. It's it's as if a cloud that comes over you for a moment, and it darkens your subconscious or creates certain feelings, and then it moves away. So you stop identifying with that. You stop identifying with those subconscious impulses. It's very meditative state. People that are spiritual, that meditate, they'll tell you, they'll understand what I'm talking about. I personally rarely experience this, but with an eclipse in the 12th house, it's way more likely for you to stop identifying with other people's feelings and so on. So it's like purging and cleaning of your subconscious and of those inner demons or feelings that you don't understand, that you cannot name, or sometimes we have fears and phobias that are not ours, or that belong to a different time life, belong to a different, I don't know, egregor. So it's perfect time if you have such kind of behaviors, that you disconnect from them. This lunar eclipse will allows you to heal, to release that, to recognize it first, and to say, well, that's some collective fear, or even if you don't name it like that, this is not mine. This is not mine. And then you stop, and some obsession or compulsion or some kind of even addiction can stop having power over you. And the 12 houses, because sometimes we live the collective energies through ourselves. And you might be, especially if there is an addiction or self-sabotaging behavior that is not yours truly, again, you can release it. 12th house rules anything to do with addictions, anything where we want to escape reality. You can have some really powerful realizations now. The unconscious. What are the unconscious reasons you're self-sabotaging yourself, for example, to be lazy? Self-sabotaging yourself to have addiction to food, self-sabotaging yourself to have addiction to spending, to sex, to cheating, self-sabotaging yourself to have an addiction to drinking, smoking, legal drugs, mental health medications, anything, Now you have a rare opportunity where kind of like your subconscious is blocked. It's kind of becomes conscious, and you realize why you're doing something. And of course, everyone says, okay, you have an addiction. You realize you're soothing, comforting something with this, but you don't know the deep reason, or you don't feel it. Now you have a chance to observe it and to release it. Definitely to release it. I've seen some of the best healings can happen because you realize you're holding on to feelings or to whole complexes and behaviors that you react to subconsciously, which are not yours, which are no longer part of your reality. And so now it's like the release of old karma. 12th house is about endings. Solar eclipse, lunar eclipse is about endings as well. So endings of karma that has played its role. You no longer need to be the victim there. You no longer need to suffer. So that's the good news from some Libras. Everyone has some kind of addiction. That doesn't have to be physical. It can be, psychological, emotional, but some vice, something we do hidden secret. It's like the light is illuminated, and the subconscious reasons for that become clear to us, and it's easier for us in that moment between the action and the reaction to intervene. And so it stops being a compulsion. It's easy to talk this, but the process itself, you can only understand it if you live through that. And sometimes even you can't explain it, but you realize like suddenly you shed some desire or attachment to something or some desire for certain behaviors, and you became clear that this thing is not mine anymore. It doesn't have power over me. This is what the 12th house does, eclipse, to release it. I've had eclipses in my 12th house from the sun recently, so I've had this experience. So I'm wishing it on you. Also, eclipse on the 12th house can help you recognize, as I said, phobias or fears and release them as well. Something that is repetition, as I said, from past lifetimes. Or you can have very vivid, like the valve between the reality and invisible life. The astral world is kind of released. So there is the walls are thinner between the two walls with an eclipse, especially eclipse in the 12th house. So you can get messages from invisible worlds more easily tapping into them. You can get visions or symbols or signs, premonitions. And actually, this eclipse is happening on the star Zosma, which is the star of the seer. Prophecy, someone who can prophesy and see the future. Oracle, it was the star of oracles. So you can have dreams that are prophetic in nature, occult, meaningful, or even premonitions or feelings. So you can have a reading with a psychic. 12th house is a psychic, an astrologer, someone that works with the invisible energies, the astral, or your own inner intuition can give you a premonition about something. So this is interesting. Also, there can be some important developments connected to foreign countries, to foreign residents there, foreign travel. If there was some blockages there, they can be removed because it's an eclipse of endings, removing. What else is the 12th house? Research and so on. But yeah, and many times Libras can have planets in Virgo, so that can be very potent, especially around the 10 to 15th degree. If you have a planet in Virgo and you're Libra, that eclipse can be very potent and felt for you. But it's again about releasing things, and it's about becoming more conscious in your about what you're releasing and realizing why you're doing it, and then it doesn't have hold and power over you. Another big event is that Jupiter is turning direct in your 10th house, Libras. It entered there from July 2025, and many Libras say, well, I haven't seen anything. It's at the top of the horoscope. It's supposed to give recognition, titles, all like achievements, career success, or something good happening through father figures, through authority figures. And I've had Libras say, well, I haven't seen anything much. Well, Jupiter was retrograde till now, so the change is first internal. Till now, till March 10th, the change, Jupiter wanted to rework your subconscious, how you feel about yourself, how deserving you are of success, what is possible for you to achieve, how to take responsibility. Jupiter gives wisdom when it's retrograde, internally, understanding, maybe upgrading your knowledge or abilities so you can have a more relationship. So later on, when Jupiter starts moving direct, you can have start manifesting externally those internal expansion that happen within you in regards to your career, in regards to your own self authority and ability to take executive decisions and to be proactive. 10th house is a very active house of being responsible of actions. It's called the house of worldly karmas, worldly actions. So maybe you've gained the wisdom while Jupiter was retrograde, or the vision for what those worldly actions, those bigger vision for your life you can have, the achieving of your kingdom, the building of your highest potential. And now you can start putting it over the next 3-4 months when Jupiter is moving direct in your 10th house into reality. So you might attract from the end of March, when Jupiter is already fully moving direct, career opportunities, opportunities for higher responsibilities, for more respect in society, for increased social standing. You might be freed from a job or due to your worldly responsibilities that's burdening, and start one that is much more aligned to your authenticity and your mission on life, or some work project or career project or mission project of yours might start taking shape or moving forward when Jupiter moves ahead. Or your social status can start growing externally visible. Maybe your business can start growing, or maybe some opportunities for growth in your career. Or maybe you can finally retire and have a physical change with your worldly reputation of one that gives you more freedom now in Jupiter, that gives you more, you know, the next chapter, and whatever possibilities happen for you over the next 4 months connected to career, to your reputation, to your worldly responsibilities, to important executive decisions you take for yourself, your career, or your life overall, they'll become a source of growth and possibilities for you over the next 12 years till Jupiter comes back again in the 10th house. But now they can be time that you can start some really visibility over from March when Jupiter turns direct to put you for more respect, for more growth, to do some good actions in the world, so to speak, or maybe institutions or authority figures. So dealing with institutions and bosses and authority figures, something good starts transpiring from that. Such authority figure helps you. Something good comes to you from your father. Your father improves in some way, or they, contribute something to you, or a boss figure or someone with more experience, higher standing helps you in some way. That's another way it can play out. Or institutions, you can, something good, like if you want to help receive the support of an institution for something from the moment Jupiter starts moving direct, hopefully also when Mercury starts moving direct after the 20th of March, go ahead. And Jupiter will be in your 10th house till July. This is the green light for anything connected to that, to institutions, to dealings with such matters, with authority figures, to your career. But also Mercury is retrograde in your 6th house, so maybe you're completing some job, rethinking some employment, or trying to finish some errands and correct and duties that you have. And then Mars is there as well in your 6th house. So there are a lot of responsibilities and duties and errands. You're not like idle. Jupiter is active there in your 10th house of worldly actions, visibility, work, career, or even daily home. At home, you're some kind of authority figure, even if you don't work. The circumstances there will change in your daily life, because both Jupiter and Mercury are turning direct in houses that are considered connected to routines, to career, to work, to duties, to responsibilities. So maybe if you've been working on some project behind the scenes and it's been delayed, or complications or changes at your workplace, or some kind of surprises or schedules have been disrupted, when Mercury turns direct from the 20th of March, things start becoming normal, things start stabilizing. Maybe you'd have changed jobs or completed some project, or you start seeing the results of correcting certain project or certain health habits. The 6th house is also health habits. So there's a lot of focus as well, not just on work, duties, daily routines this month, which is a good month for re-examining some of those, changing, correcting some of those, but also examining and putting efforts into maybe a workout routine. Mars is there. Maybe Mars's will and willpower into changing your health habits, how you eat, how you work out, maybe doing something more. And that's especially so you can have more health, so you can be more productive, so you can be more efficient. Your daily routines, your sleep patterns, your eating patterns. Huge energy here with that, you see? Well, the full moon eclipse is allowing you to release patterns that are not yours, that are from the collective subconscious, that are to recognize your addictions and unhealthy behaviors and to release them, while those planets here in the 6th house allows you to correct habits, patterns, routines, and to be productive as well. But yeah, all complications disappear after the 20th when Mercury turns direct. So complications with health, or Also, when Mercury is retrograde in the sixth house, you might need, like, you might be misdiagnosed sometimes. So Mercury retrograde, you get a second opinion, or sometimes you get diagnosed with something during Mercury retrograde, but it turns out to be something else if you do it when Mercury is direct. So if you're looking for second opinion, that's a good time. But first opinion for diagnosis for health might not be as you expected. You might not be, after that, it might turn out that it's something else, you know. It's a good time to work on your health, on habits and so on, or to get things done, to get into a good routine, or change up your routine a bit, to do some spring cleaning. Wonderful. So such practical stuff, you know, and to start being more ambitious and aiming higher in regards to your career and things aligning there, taking more executive decisions, proactive action. And the last but not least, Venus is in your seventh house. From the second week of March, will stay there till the end of the month. So things with relationships should, you know, for a month be good. Into April a little bit. You can get some help from partners, from others. Saturn and Neptune are also there, but that's for many years. But definitely with Venus activating now there is, you know, possibility to be of help to a partner, or partner to be of help to you, to receive some support through others, to connect to others with more ease, or to, if you want to something from another person, approach them now. It's easier to receive it. And if you want to go even on a date, if you want to communicate with your partner for important things, and to be more agreeable, do it as well, especially after Mercury turns direct. But use this Mercury retrograde to arrange things around the house, to clean up, to rearrange stuff, to reorganize, to put more order into your life, into your work, to streamline the processes, to remove some things or routines or habits that are just wasting times, and to basically kind of like spring cleaning of your life. So thank you so much. Venus is making sure it's looking at you. Yes, you have some good interactions in relationships, some love possibilities as well. Even in business, interacting with others, popularity, gaining the approval of clients, good interactions with others. Venus helps with that from the second week of the month. Well, here are all those planets in the sixth house. We talked about them. So thank you so much, Libras. And if you like to learn astrology with me, join me for 3 months adventure to map out your life for till the rest of your life, and to find out why you suddenly became from super, for example, someone might have been super social, and at 20 till 40 they became super withdrawn and, you know, much more shy. And there is, you know, progression show exactly that. Maybe your progress planet moved into Scorpio and you became more private, or, you know, into your 12th house, and then suddenly after 40 your planets can move into fiery signs, and you're like, well, suddenly you're flying off the wall and taking on bungee jumping, and from very private person, shy and unsocial, you suddenly become super active and ambitious, or the opposite, from very active and ambitious and worldly, you kind of like prefer home, retreating, taking it easy. All of those things are so beautiful to see, and to understand that you're not going crazy. This is exactly on track. Now you're learning the lessons of this sign. Or your love life is suddenly nothing's happening, and suddenly, whoa, from, say, for example, you've just had one after another relationship that's kind of selfish, and suddenly you have the most unconditional relationship because your progress Venus changed sign. Maybe it moved retrograde from Aries into Pisces, and it will be there for the next 20, 30 years of unconditional love or whatever. So it's fascinating. You'll see, we'll cover all changes, and 30% discount for everyone that joins me now. Thank you. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Scorpio eclipse is happening, lunar eclipse in your 11th house. This is the last one that will happen in your 11th house. And that's why the last one is always an eclipse that leaves with a bang. And you're not going to have eclipses for the next 9 years in your 11th house. And now, some of you maybe have felt this in the past year or two from previous eclipses in Virgo, but some of you will feel it now very intensely, and all of you very likely. And what is lunar eclipse with the south node? The moon is the one that is the guardian of the threshold from the subconscious. It keeps the subconscious at its place, it regulates it. And when it's eclipsed, a lot of things that are subconscious for us, they become noticeable and they come into the conscious. And in this case, you're going to become conscious of what you're doing subconsciously to belong to a group. How you're, it's like the unconscious group influences and social identifications that you have. Okay, you're from this political party. I identify with the Republicans. I identify with the liberals. I identify with another social group. It might be with Bulgarians, with the rich, with the, which group do you belong to? With the Hispanics, with whatever. These are my tribe. These are my people. And you become conscious of, do you react? Are you like just like a sheep in the crowd formed by society and you react the same way as others in the group? Or do you allow your relationships and your ideals that you form and your choices to be chosen consciously rather than absorbed automatically? Everyone in my family voted for this, or in my neighborhood or my town, I would vote for this person. Or everyone does this. They go to, after they graduate of my school, they go to study this or that, so I'm gonna do the same. How society influences you. Do you make it automatic, or rather than allow your individuality to shine there? So this eclipse will really show you this. How do you allow relationships to influence you? How do you allow group influences to, maybe, the group in society says the best thing for you is to go and study in university or whatever, or that you should stay in this job, it's safe, and or you should stay with the family, and you might decide to do something shocking because you realize you've been just trying to comfort so you can fit in, to conform so you can fit in. So if you had some sheep like, we all have them, we all react with the mob, you'd start realizing that. Or maybe you're afraid to bring your true self there, so you get disagreement from others. Are you agreeing automatically with those in your environment? You'll become conscious of those unconscious behaviors. Or are you adjusting your opinions just so you can belong in some group of friends, colleagues, group that your neighbors, whatever? And usually we do this unconsciously. Or do you dislike what your environment dislikes, what others around you dislike? Or are you get excited about things that it's not truly what you like? Maybe it's like borrowed enthusiasm. But because everyone around you is like that. And normally we react, we don't think about that, but now you become conscious from that. Now you become conscious how collective consciousness moves through you and you disrupt it. And you say, I don't want, this is not my thought, this is not my feeling, this is, or maybe you observe yourself and notice yourself, while other times you do it automatically, you notice the roles you play in friendship. Like, I'm always the one that agrees with my friends. I'm always the one, and I remember having an eclipse in the 11th house, and I realized that role, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I actually upset a lot of my friends because suddenly I'm like cutting friends left and right. And some of them fell off, but a lot of them accepted that I'm not going to be like that. And I'm not going to be always the pacifist and agreeing to everyone just so they like me. And I remember after that, only the really good friendships stayed that are even more solid now. Or you'll notice other roles in the group dynamic, maybe with your colleagues or with other people you spend time with. That group dynamics, like who leads versus who adapts. Maybe you'll be like, notice something. I'm fed up always giving the ideas of my friends what we're going to do or leading, or they never come up with something. And now you notice that you're always the leader and you say, okay, I want to step back and change the dynamic. Or the opposite. You notice that everyone, always you that agrees with what everyone says, what has to be done in this group dynamic. So you shift that. It's about any transformations from one extreme or to the other. If it's out of balance, you'll notice it. If it's unconscious reaction to people's opinions, to social pressure, to what others, to fit in to the social circle, you'd notice, you'd recognize this now. So that's why they say with eclipse in the 11th house, there can be crisis in friendships. It's you're shifting, you're recognizing your automatic behaviors and trying to change them. You don't, maybe you'd feel like I don't want to be the one who tries to maintain harmony always or whatever, or I don't want to be the one who is the wallflower and always, I might want to be leading now in social interaction. So I don't want this group around me anymore. How do you relate? Or maybe the 11th house is your following as well. My clients, you viewers, if I was Scorpio rising now, I'll be like, I don't want to attract, maybe I want to shift what kind of people I have in my following, in my clients, because you realize that you're trying pandering to certain type of people, that you're trying to please them by saying what they want to hear or something like that. I'm just giving, they can be 100,000 ways this can manifest, but it's a disruption to the way you relate to society, to your role in society, how you fit in with others. This disruption happens because of a powerful realization. Maybe you realize some friends are very critical. Maybe you realize some friends or that you react like always, guilty or something in social environment. I don't know what your realization will be, or that you're a bully to your friends. Who knows? That's why they leave you. So those unconscious behaviors you repeat with others in social groups, uh, or that are determined by others. Maybe you feel maybe you're kind of, you have an attachment to always be on the right side, to be politically correct. Like I have such issues. Scorpios usually don't have these issues. They tend to have problems with criticizing others. But yeah, if you're, and you realize and you say, I'm not gonna, but that will create changes in your social environment, let's say that. And you say, I don't care anymore what others think, or to be the right, to say the right things, or I don't get my identity anymore by fitting in with the beliefs of others. Or why do I get my identity from and my validation if I validate the beliefs of others, and I have to believe the same things they believe. So you subtly start to notice such things, and the disruption can happen there. So you can be freed from the influence of some toxic friends, environments, or even 11th house is also your goals. Are they your own goals or no? If they're not, if they were goals that were imposed on you, maybe because that what society receives acceptable, your environment, that's like, oh, you have to be a doctor or whatever. And suddenly your goals can change and you can see the truth that you've been suppressing subconsciously. Okay, your long-term goal and dream, which is the 11th house, has been to be, I don't know, like let's say a doctor, or it's been to be a actor, but maybe you had friends that wanted to be actors and you realize that it was never actually your dream. Well, maybe for a bit, but it's so you identify that and it realigns you to the more right goals for you, more right dreams for you, long-term goals and plans. On a more material level, the 11th house can mean the completion of a long project, long-term, something that you've been working on, uh, and bringing it out or completing it or ending it. Or it can indicate rewards for efforts previously done. You get rewarded now for what you have put efforts into, usually some business. 11th house can be gains as well. Plus, you can have some realization, psychological, of what is blocking your gains. Why you're not financially successful, for example, because 11th house is social economic gains. Maybe you realize that, you know, some person is like, I don't know what it can be. For everyone is different. I cannot give. Maybe they're afraid, to really follow their bold dreams and so on. That's why it's not happening. But yeah, these are the shifts that this eclipse can introduce into your life with friendships, with goals, with achievements. And then we have very strong emphasis on the fifth house. So this eclipse is asking you, release what the sphere of social opinion, what do others say, or being so easily influenced to be politically correct, or to do what others expect to you, or the sphere of, saying the wrong thing and not being accepted by others, or what others expect from you, and allow this 11th house to shine, because the 11th house is where we have the new moon on the 17th or 18th, I forgot when exactly, of March, where we have Mars, we have Mercury, we have Venus still around the 10th, we have the sun there, and it's telling you this is, be fifth house, be authentic. You see? Divest and shed, full moon eclipse, the expectations of others, and you become aware of them. When is it when you're trying to please others or fit in or not rock the boat socially? You realize that, and then it's much more easy to be authentic, this fifth house, to be original, to allow yourself to express yourself the way you want, not the way others expect from you, or the others think it's acceptable. Dress, know what, if you want to be eccentric, dress eccentric or too slutty, but others says, oh no, not in this society, not in Palm Beach, whatever. We don't dress like that. Well, now fifth house says, kind of not like I'll do what I want, but I will allow my authentic light to shine, not just to attract attention. Or maybe others expect the view that society or what is expected in society might not be specific people expecting that from you, but what is normally expected, that you do something certain. But the fifth house, you really crave, fifth house is what makes you feel alive. And you say you really want to be a street painter, but might not be accepted societally in your environment socially. But now you release and divulge also. Maybe others have opinions about how you should run your business or what you should focus on giving you opinions. But the full moon eclipse there says release that, recognize, and fill in this fifth house, which is what is truly yours, what is authentic about it, what do you want to do, what makes you feel alive. So fifth house also is the house on another level of romance. There can be activation, renewal of romantic activities. Some of you going out or meeting someone new or meeting someone from the past, because Mercury is retrograde in your fifth house till the 20th of March. So maybe reconnecting with romantic relationship from the past. Or also till the 20th, romantically, some things can be said with your partner that one's unsaid, that were not said before. They can come to the surface to be spoken out. Maybe some rules to change the games, to change the rules of the game romantically with a person. To some things might need to be renegotiated. Plus, this fifth house, it can create some crisis in romantic relationship, but also clarity. When Mercury starts moving direct, you know better where you stand, and if if this is more authentic relationship for you. Plus, it's this house of creativity. Be creative. Maybe correct with Mercury retrograde till the 20th. Come back to an old hobby that you used to love. Maybe you used to love to swim and you haven't swum in a lot, or to paint, or maybe you used to love to watch movies, something that makes you feel joy, or crochet or whatever. Everyone has something. You can revive it now with Mercury retrograde. But there might be some delays with fifth house matters. Maybe some creative project you're working on, you might have to redo it, or some business project that is your own idea. But after the 20th, it all straightens out. So no worries there. And fifth house is also children. So there can be emphasis on children, a lot of activities there with Mars, and you changing your mind, or important conversations and communications with children, if you have such, not just romantic partners, or something you need to re-examine, change in the relationships and the rules you have with your child. Or maybe your child is grown up and they come back to see you. They haven't been in a while around. Mercury retrograde in the fifth house. Or maybe some kind of crisis with your child where you want to change the rules, or let's shift how we do this relationship or so on. And eventually, when Mercury turns direct, it feels that this relationships, either romantic or relationships with very loved people and children, are healthier, more balanced, or they were, you know. And we have more Jupiter going. But you see, these Jupiter goes direct in your ninth house. Mercury goes direct on the 20th in your fifth house. These are all self houses, houses of self improvement, self upgrade. This is you, your original personality version, Scorpio, first house. The next self house is Pisces for you, the point two version. And the point three version, your highest self, is the third house, where Jupiter is, the ninth house, sorry, where Jupiter is going direct. So those houses of self improvement are planets changing direction. So suddenly, by the end of this month, you have more clarity what you want, who you are, how to be a better version of yourself, and how to manifest in actual real life this ideal version of yourself, of Jupiter having been retrograde and turning direct. What is this ideal version? For each one of you is different, but maybe you have some, maybe some of you is to graduate some incredible university, others to be very successful, others to be morally pure. Whatever it is, when Jupiter starts moving direct in your ninth house, you have over the next 3-4 months, you have a way better chance and opportunity to fulfill those and to manifest it in real life, externally, a better version of yourself, expanded version of yourself as well, with more opportunities. Jupiter was retrograde for the last 3-4 months, since November, December, January, February, 4 months. So that was the internal changes was happening to you, that your soul would be prepared to believe that you deserve more, that more is possible for you. Ninth house is expanded version of yourself. Ninth house has the full picture. You're not just a physical body or an identity and personality. You're a spiritual being here. In having a small experience in the physical body. And as such, a lot more is possible for you. And this retrograde period of Jupiter hopefully allowed for some of you, even if it happened unconsciously, to start believing that more is possible in the universe, more is possible for you to gain more confidence, internal confidence of what you're capable of. And now when it starts moving direct, you can put this into action and you can fulfill your, let's say, destiny. Because ninth house is also about destiny. What is the highest desires of your soul? The dharma, what the soul wants the most to do in this lifetime. And you get aligned more to that more truthful path for you. So you see, the fifth house is about authenticity, what truly makes you happy, what truly you like, what truly preferences that you like, that is yours. Well, the ninth house is what truly is the highest, the best thing for you to do. So there is this clarity that comes by the end of the month, gradually, not overnight. For you, Scorpios, first you shake off the expectations of others, of societal conditioning, and you recognize those unconscious automatic behaviors. And then you become more and you embody more fully yourself, your truthful self, fifth house, ninth house. And you start striving not only within yourself, but externally towards an ideal, to so fulfilling some dream of yours as well. But this Jupiter moving direct in the ninth house can truly be about getting more hope, optimism to start moving forward. Some of you can be great time over the next, from the 10th of March till the end of June, while Mercury is still in the ninth house, to get accepted to a great university, to start studying something higher knowledge, to get more clarity about the future and the path you mean to walk on, to move abroad, to get documents for living abroad, to win some kind of a legal battle, which is the ninth house again. We're talking now the external developments of this ninth house. Legal battle, studying, teaching, to start teaching, to become a guide, to find a teacher or a guide or inspirational figure to have more opportunities that appear in front of you. Your life to expand and to become bigger. They can be, if it's your sun in Cancer, Scorpio, it can be business opportunity, career ones, for self-expression, to shine, to fulfill your dreams. If it's your moon, they can be opportunities for your personal life, to feel happier about your personal goals like family, emotional relationships, mental health. If it's your ascendant, all of those things you can study and start externally, like you can travel abroad, it becomes very good time for this, or working abroad, or connecting with people from higher positions in life, or from people with faraway places that can become beneficial for you, finding teachers or guides, benefactors as well, in some way that help you align to be a better version of yourself, or to show you what's possible for you. And almost like guides appear, almost like the ninth house is how God talks to us. And when Jupiter starts moving direct, he sends you direct intervention through, might be through a person for some of you, might be through you hearing the right quote or seeing the right thing at the right time, and it clicks for you and it gives you hope and it shows you, wow. So even watching this message, and it can be like, this confirms the path I'm walking on. And that's how the higher consciousness of God communicates with us, by signs, by symbols, by synchronicities, something that looks sporadic. You're thinking about something. Oh, should I stay in this town or in this relationship, or should I know? And then suddenly you see a couple kissing, and it's like, wow, maybe this is the good relationship for me. Sometimes, it's such kind of signs. This is how the ninth house, Jupiter, communicates to us. And when it turns direct, these signs become very palpable and we become clearer and clearer. Or just something like synchronistically happens, opportunities to open up for us. I'm talking too much. Thank you so much, Scorpios. And if you'd like to use your Jupiter in a different way, to study, to map your whole life for the next 30, 60, 90 years, depends how much you have, come and take my course with me for 3 months. Every week we'll meet. Even if you can't watch it live, you can watch the recordings, you can own it for live. Progressions, which maps your whole life. This aligns so well with Jupiter in the ninth house for you, because you know exactly how your life is mapped out. Big spaces ahead, like the next 20 years, for example, your love life will be under the energy of Libra. And suddenly, say your progress Venus, and you don't need to know astrology to know this, I explained this, moves from Virgo to Libra for 20 years, and suddenly from crappy relationships, you have such balance and better harmonious relationships. Or the opposite, from very harmonious relationships, your progress Venus retrogrades into Virgo, and you're like, what is, why suddenly relationships feel out of balance, and what are the best relationships for? Not just for relationships, for career, for goals. Suddenly you can become way more extrovert at 60, who knows, or at 30, with your planets moving to Sagittarius. And suddenly you can become way more practical and serious. And we map this so you know how you are, so you don't think you're going crazy, but you know how your life is unfolding perfectly, because your soul chose to learn certain different lessons throughout your life. So yeah, join me. It's 30% off, and tickle this Jupiter in your ninth house. So Jupiter in the ninth house loves to know the future and to plan and to feel clarity about it. Thank you. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Sagittarius, good news. Jupiter, the planet that rules you, is turning direct. Actually, it turned retrograde in November 2025. It's been retrograde for 3, 4 months, which means that your energies become more internal. And it doesn't mean like you can't do anything in the external world or nothing is manifested. It's just kind of uh, it's more introspective, more like internally the energy can feel a little bit heavier and slower while your planet is retrograde, because Jupiter rules Sagittarius, of course. And there is deep realizations that have been happening for you within you. Of course, Jupiter goes retrograde every year for 3 months, 4 months. But this is the period for a little bit more of a rest, withdrawing for a little bit, or for some powerful realizations internally that are happening for you. And Jupiter has been retrograde in your eighth house. A lot of maybe psychological breakthroughs or emotional, let's say, realizations about your attachments. Eighth house is emotional, psychological attachments, fears or compulsions and obsessions, or about your intimate relationships. And now Jupiter turning direct should give its rewards. It's external, physical, material manifestations, because Jupiter always is like the great benefactor. It's supposed to always improve us, brings us a step better, further. It's like a good teacher that helps us grow by encouraging us. And now it's going to encourage you by possibly granting some positive developments on this eighth house area of your life. Externally, for example, you can receive money from others. Eighth house is resources that come to you from others. So maybe your husband or your wife can make more money now, or a partner, a business or personal, and another person can help you with their resources. Sometimes resources are material, sometimes resources are the knowledge of others, the experience of others, or the support, psychological, emotional support. So this is like the house of asking, you receive. Until now, Jupiter was retrograde there. It was kind of trying to change you internally, alchemically, psychologically, about your beliefs of what you deserve to receive from the universe, from externally. And now, over the next 3 months, while Jupiter is moving direct in your eighth house, you can see the results of that. The result of this inner expansion. So you can receive support from others. I said it can be psychological, emotional, or even material. If you're trying to get a loan from a bank, do it from now after the 10th of March to around the beginning of July, while Jupiter is moving direct in your eighth house. If you're trying to get sponsorships from someone, or some kind of stipend or bank loan or a mortgage, or if you want to collaborate with someone and you need their resources, their knowledge, their expertise, their influence, now will be the time to externally reach out to such people. Or if you want to reach out to clients and get access to their money or whatever, this is eighth house again. Also, eighth house is, to physically, this is taxes, insurances, inheritances. So you can solve such problems with Jupiter moving direct now, resolve them in an easy, most beneficial way. So if you're trying to get an insurance, for example, things can start moving now. Or if you're trying to get the inheritance, sometimes inheritance involves someone passing away, but Jupiter's been a while in your eighth house. So, since last June. And eighth house also, when Jupiter starts moving direct, is about a resolving of some psychological complexity. Almost like the internal healing is finishing, and now from March onward, it will start giving the results. Actually, the biggest emotional, psychological healing I had was when Jupiter was in my eighth house from the ascendant sign. Did not feel it much from the sun sign, but from the ascendant sign, it was very powerful. And it's it can be like spontaneous healing. And when Jupiter is starts moving direct, it can be like a big turnaround in a certain tense situation or certain critical situation in your life, or a life and death situation as well. Turn around, like a sudden recovery, sudden healing. Sudden transformation from being stuck to transition, from being stuck to transformation. This is the energy of the eighth house. The ultimate energy is to unstuck you, to pass you. It's like through this tunnel to get on the other side of the bridge, or to the end of the tunnel of the light. The eighth house rules the house of death, of transitioning. Transitioning is a scary thing, whether it's physically transitioning, dying, You're not dying, don't worry. It means that Jupiter is helping you transition in some stage of your life now to cross over a bridge. So you get unstuck. So this forward movement of Jupiter will help you a lot. And as I said, it can resolve like a psychological issue. For me, it was actually immediate. For me, it was also I conceived with Jupiter direct in the eighth house, because eighth house is death and birth, conception, death, you know. Or it can be like psychological or chemical transformation that you start seeing externally how it affects, because the transformations happen usually during the retrograde period, but now you're going to see externally how it's helping you. It can also mean that if you want to move ahead with any activities connected to investments, stock markets, this is a good time to move ahead and to try new things, or with mutual finances of some sort. What else is eighth house? With any counseling, psychological, or any work in emergency, in astrology, in the occult, investigation, any of those things are positive with Jupiter starting to move the right, or also resolving some kind of a situation involving power struggles. It can be a very good period because eighth house is the house of power struggles with our own inner demons. It's called the battleground. Our own inner demons, or with actual external forces that you've been battling. So it can be a good resolution to a situation connected with power struggles now. Things start resolving. Now, the other big event is that on the 3rd, there we have an eclipse. And this eclipse is in your 10th house. Very pivotal for Sagittarius. It's the last lunar eclipse in your 10th house. It's not going to repeat. You're not going to have lunar eclipses in your 10th house for the next 9 years. The last one, usually the last one, can be very potent. Some of you might have felt it because there were 2 other eclipses in your 10th house. Maybe 2 other lunar eclipses over the last 2 years. So some of you maybe already felt that and experienced it. Some of you, which is a big shift. 10th house is in your social status, leaving jobs, starting new jobs, letting go of certain aspect of your career, letting go of certain ambitions that are no longer valid for you, making space for new ones. Transformations with your status sometimes can be married, single, married, because this is again status in society. Or even like, because this eclipse is the final one, but it's around 12 degrees. So especially if you have your rising sign at around, let's say from 8 till 15, 16 degrees Sagittarius, you'd feel it very strongly directly squaring you. But this eclipse can mean for some of you that over the next 6 months, there will be, the moon is the guardian of the subconscious, and the 10th house is how you want to present in society, the titles, the honors, the respect you want to have there, keeping up with the Joneses. And when the moon is eclipsed, all the subconscious, let's say, defenses that we put fall down. And for a moment, maybe for a few weeks, a few days, we realize the falseness of, are we pretending, or are we trying to be in this profession or in this neighborhood or with those people because of how we want to be perceived, because of reputation, because of keeping up with the Joneses, as I said. Are you doing a true service because 10th house is your career, your vocation, or are you just doing it, or doing a profession or career out of true service, or out of fear, or out of just keeping up some reputation or some image? And if some of because the truth gets revealed to you during a lunar eclipse, the one that was suppressed subconsciously, the moon gets eclipsed, so the suppression gets removed, and all those feelings flood you, and you realize, some of you might realize, I'm not in the right profession, or I'm doing this profession for the wrong reasons, or I've given everything I can to this profession. I cannot anymore. It's like, or this, to be part of this, let's say, project or whatever. Or others can decide that they can have a realization that certain aspect of their vocation can be let go of. or to do some transformation there. I remember I had an eclipse, lunar eclipse with the south node, exactly like that, right on my 10th house cusp from the ascendant. And within 2, 3 days, my website was not website, YouTube channel was taken down. A big crisis. Eclipse can cause a crisis connected to career, to father figure, to institutions, to important people, 10th house, to your goals in life. And I had to very quickly make a decision. And within a month, the crisis finished because my account was restored. But first, they told me there is no chance they're restoring my account. So overnight, I lost 10 years of work, 3,000 videos. I still haven't restored most of them. 3,000 videos, my channel, my followers, everything. So, like, bam, like a blink of an eye. I lost everything I've worked for years. No, not for 13 years, actually. And they said, no chance, get lost. We're not restoring your accounts. I'm just telling you a story. And I quickly had to act and take executive decision. And I realized, am I doing astrology just for the followers? Am I doing astrology because it's my vocation and I love it? And I had a deep realization that even I've lost everything because I was not going to make any money for sure for years after that. And I was like, do I really want to do it? I'm like, even if I had billions, if I didn't have to work in millions, I'll still be doing astrology. And it was a deep realization. And so I did another channel, and day after that unlocked. So something can get triggered in your career, in your vocation, in your that changes the direction there. For example, that needs you to reconsider the direction, that makes you realize certain things. Maybe you abandon one project or finish it, complete it, and you get the results of it. And maybe you make space for something else. So yeah, this is some of the things that you can, and you're not afraid how you're gonna be seen by others, because 10th house is very much worried. What is my standing in society, my reputation? But those fears come to the surface and you see how ridiculous they are. It's kind of like the bare truth comes up. And you act from a more authentic place when it comes to career decisions and so on. So sometimes I've seen people, for example, with eclipse in the 10th house, leave their jobs or retire or start a new one. I've seen people with eclipse in the 10th house where their father makes a big change. 10th house is the father. Instead of them, like the father retires or gets married again or some big other change. So yeah, it's interesting how it's going to play there. And then the other big event is that we have a lot of planets here in your fourth house, Sagittarius. You see, a lot of the action is on the angles. So fourth house is home, family. You might be taking some important decisions and new beginnings, especially towards the end of the month when the new moon is towards the 17th, 18th, 19th, the new moon in your fourth house in Pisces. New beginnings or renewal of relationships with parents, with extended family, or doing some activities with family, or starting some new project around the house or in your garden or in your fence or in your private life, initiating something new, initiating some new routines in your personal life as well. This is how it can go. And Mars is a very active planet. It's also in your fourth house, asking you to make some changes, maybe move furniture around, do some repairs. And Mercury retrograde is there as well till the 20th, again in home, family, place of living. Mercury retrograde affects you more strongly this year because it's this one in March, because it squares you. And you might meet friends, not friends, but people from your past, from your childhood, or you reconnect to your parents or relatives, or go back to place you used to live in. That's one place. Or redo something about your home, having to fix something to redesign. Or we think about the past and the childhood and uh, kind of become more introspective or even have some realizations about your childhood, your parents, your past, or maybe even just have some intimate conversations with family members, remembering the past, thinking about things from the past in some way. but also some things that need to be spoken that were buried will come to the surface now. Maybe someone annoys you in your family or people that you live with, flatmates, and something needs to be brought up, to be discussed, to be renegotiated. Neptune is a very kind of social planet that wants to, sorry, Mercury, that wants to discuss what's wrong at home or what the rules should be and who should have what responsibilities here, or like, let's do certain different rules at home. Sometimes it's this, or things that can be brought up. So be careful, not to, you might have to stir up the pot at home and with loved and close people. Sometimes it is necessary. Especially if something is upsetting you, or it might be they that bring up something that needs to be addressed or taken care of. Mercury is a manager, organizer. Some activities help someone in the family, or maybe you have plans, personal plans that kind of get surprising. They change, doesn't work like how you planned it. All normal Mercury retrograde things, which can feel frustrating. Maybe like something needs repair in the home, or you make plans with loved ones or family, and so on. But Mercury turns direct around the 20th, so you will be okay. After that, everything counts. The routines at your home, the circumstances in your personal private space become more, let's say, routine, become more not so surprising, not so unpredictable. Things settle down. So whatever changes happen in your internal environment or home, still around the 20th, after that, things start straightening out. Hopefully you did positive changes. Well, Venus is in your, from the 10th onwards, Venus is in your 5th house together with Saturn. So gradually after the 20th, more and more planets will move into Aries and into April. This is your 5th house. So it will be more time to come out of this more introspective state, because you as fire signs, as Sagittarius, we want light energy. We want exciting things that are happening on the outside. But a lot of March, especially till the 20th, we have so much activity in water signs, in Jupiter changing signs in Cancer. The sun, Mars, Mercury, and Venus till the 10th in water signs. So the energy feels heavy. And the water signs, for fire signs, for Sagittarius, they indicate emotional things, And not all of us fire signs are very proficient with emotions. They just feel a bit heavier energy. And because thankfully this time, but the planets are changing sign in water signs towards forward movement, something shifts inside of us, how we feel about things, how we feel about some very private, intimate matters. Even sometimes some secrets get revealed from the past, from childhood or whatever. Some psychological breakthroughs, but it's intense energy still. It's heavier feeling. So if you feel like that, you feel more introspective, you feel more the need to go within, and even to, to be more sentimental, more emotional. That's okay. It's from the planets. They're activating your personal and emotional houses. So this is normal. But after the 20th, the energy starts getting lighter and lighter. Planets, and into April, they move into other fire signs in Aries, into your 5th house of self-expression. You become more flamboyant, more fun. You come out of this introspective 4th house, going within. Do I feel well in my body, in my life? Questioning your feelings and so on, into more like, let's express, let's have fun, let's do hobbies, let's enjoy ourselves, let's go out, let's paint, let's play sports. So you come more and more into your natural energy of let's be a bit crazy and wild, and go outside into the world and shine like kids, and have fun and enjoy like kids. Yeah, Saturn is in your 5th house. For the next 2 years, this natural spontaneity will never feel so easy to express. It will undergo some maturation process, your self-expression. Instead of artificial, it will become more grounded, more, except instead of too wild self-expression, more mature, and so on. But with so many planets entering into a fifth house, you become more creative, more spontaneous, and so on. So yeah, take it easy the first 20 days, I would say. And expect some big internal shift or change of direction, first from the 10th in your 8th house, intimate matters, finances, mutual resources, and uh, feelings, intimate feelings towards others, and then change of direction in your personal life and home after the 20th when Mercury turns direct. And if you'd like to learn astrology with me and map your whole life, not just month by month, this is the most amazing 3-month course I will do starting on the 19th, where we map your life 50, 60 years ahead. Depends how long you're going to live. And we say, like, oh, you know that when you're into your 50s, you're going to get a lot of Aquarius energy in your life. You're going to experience that. So suddenly you might want to be free and leave all responsibilities and live like, in a commune, or it's amazing. Or suddenly you see, oh, enter a very serious stage of your life now. Your love life is Capricorn energy for the next 20 years. Very likely you create family, you'd invest in real estate and property. So you see big chunks of your life, not like just, oh, Wednesday, new moon, what we're doing now here. And it's fascinating to see how your psyche evolves and the plan of the soul. So it's 30% off. Come join me if you'd like. Thank you. Capricorn Sun, Moon, and Rising, March 2026. Capricorn, the month starts with a new full moon eclipse, eclipse of the moon in your ninth house. It's harmonious for you, it's making a trine for you. But still, there can be some psychological influences. There were already eclipses in your ninth house last year, the year before that as well. So for some of you, this can be a familiar topic. Some of you already experienced it, but this is the last one of those eclipses. And some of you, they will experience it now, but no more after that. But the influence of an eclipse is about 3 months, 3 to 6 months, a lunar eclipse. So lunar eclipse gives you clarity because the subconscious is blocked. The moon is the subconscious. The subconscious is kind of not the subconscious, but uh, the filter between the subconscious and the conscious is removed. So a lot of suppressed or unrealized truths come that you are not aware of come to the surface. And in your case, this is about belief systems. And you can really start asking yourself, some event can trigger this, but the ultimate important goal of an eclipse in the ninth house is to question long-held assumptions. Lunar eclipse with South Node is to even sometimes they can be a disappointment in some belief system or teacher that you've been following, or political leader or hero or role model. Nine houses, all of those things that the ideals of us, our philosophical beliefs, our political, spiritual beliefs, the people you look up to, the institutions or people that are your inspiration, or that you've always thought it was right and the right thing to do. And suddenly something can shake those unshakable beliefs. They can be for a moment uncertainty about your philosophy, about your worldview of things that you've always believed in, or uncertainty about the direction you're supposed to go through. I went a couple of years ago through same eclipses in the ninth house, and I wasn't sure about my future, where we're going, what we're gonna do. And I had to learn to live with the uncertainty. You can't always have a clear vision about the direction and to trust the higher power instead of always expecting myself to know everything, all the next step, 5 years from now, plan what are we gonna do, where we're gonna live. I wasn't certain. I didn't know where it's gonna take me, and at the end, instead of trying to figure it out, after one such big eclipse, I capitulated and I said, God, ninth house is also God, the higher self. I trust you. I I'm as good person as possible. I know you take us to the right place where we'll do what will be. So it's kind of sometimes about releasing, trying to oversee everything when there is an eclipse in the ninth house. So to know with 5 years ahead with certainty what you're gonna do or the plan, it's okay not to know it sometimes, but actually there can be intense moments of clarity with an eclipse in the ninth house because the barrier between the conscious and subconscious or super conscious as well, because the moon is the regulator of the normal consciousness. It keeps it within the normal boundary. So you don't dip into the subconscious and you don't go into the superconscious. So we get overwhelmed in everyday life reality. But this barrier is kind of removed. This filter is removed. So you can have like conversely very intense, sudden, deep clarity moments. So two things I've seen with the eclipse in the ninth house, either something you've been certain about, your future, the direction you're going, the beliefs you had, the reality paradigm, you can become uncertain or you can start questioning long held assumptions about how you view the world, uh, because this you start noticing that, oh, maybe I'm believing it because, do I believe it because I've tested it, or do I believe it because this gives me structure and peace of mind, or is this maybe an inherited philosophy from my parents, from the society I live in? You start noticing these things that, you might be just defending ideas automatically, that you might be just reacting automatically, emotionally about something, or you might feel discomfort when challenged about some of your beliefs. And you might be quoting like wisdom that you kind of like without examining it, you're quoting, like because your parents said, oh, money doesn't grow on tree, or you should something that you're repeating as a belief system. And these things gets questioned and you notice it. You notice that you're actually doing something connected to your worldviews and your belief systems without having doing it automatically, because this filter that stops you from seeing that falls down, and this allows you to dissociate from this very strong personal identification with your beliefs. That it makes you freer to for other beliefs, for other possibilities to be likely as well, not to be so rigid into what is possible and who you are and what your highest identity is. But as I said, the other way it can play out is very sudden, deep clarity that you can receive in like a download, because the barrier between normal consciousness and high or subconsciousness is so suddenly your higher self or your subconscious can talk to you, can pour in images and clarity, and it's like eureka moment. Aha, I got an answer. Something is removed from my sight and my awareness. The awareness is different now, and you see it from a very different perspective. So a breakthrough possibility. So the transformation is here is, do you believe in things just as a means of comfort, or you've always believed in it, or instead of truth as an experience, you know, to really know it in your blood, in your bones, that something is true. And as a result, externally, what can happen is sometimes crisis of faith, sometimes change of direction of what we're learning, uh, abandoning one kind of belief system for another. For me, I was quite radical, and when in my beliefs, and when I had the eclipses of South Node in the ninth house, as I said, first of all, I let go, and I let God as well lead the direction. I don't have to have the plan always, but also to be comfortable that with the idea that my truth is not always the ultimate truth, and that there are other much higher truths. And that gave me a lot of peace as well. Instead of trying to always prove myself right and so on. So it's okay not to be right sometimes. And maybe my beliefs, like, very much conspiracies, and maybe not everything is so dark, and maybe there's much nicer things, and maybe not everything is, so there is this kind of easing off possibly. But external manifestations of eclipse in the ninth house can be, the last time I had an eclipse in the ninth house was in the autumn. Uh, was it? Yes. And I traveled abroad. So they can be over the next 2, 3 months for some of you, change, starting to study something, letting go of one way and pre-qualifying, one way of learning and pre-qualifying. For another person, it can be even something to do with foreign countries, faraway places, legal documents matters. And this kind of also is a way to transform your belief systems. When you travel abroad, when you see things differently, your perspective. And this eclipse also removes a lot of barriers because it's an eclipse of emptying. It's with the South Node. So you shed some old beliefs, limiting beliefs, or ones that you've just adopted, inherited beliefs. So you can reveal much more authentic, bigger truths and possibilities for you. And once you believe it, once you believe something is possible, it can happen. That's the only thing. Like if you never thought something was possible, even had it as an idea in your head, it can never happen. The moment you start believing it, or the moment you shed certain limitations about what is possible, this is what this eclipse does. It sheds limitations. It makes you aware of self-imposed limitations or family-imposed belief system limitations about what is possible, and that allows you for a bigger manifestation in the future. All right. So opportunities can come as a result as well of this eclipse, Capricorns, opportunities from unexpected sources, from sources far away from you, might be even from different state, different culture, different field of knowledge, from foreigners, from unknown people, from people not in your immediate environment, because that's where the eclipse is focusing. And that's where it's showing something important, fated can come through. So if an opportunity to learn, to study, to teach as well, or to travel somewhere, maybe not exactly on the 3rd of March, but within the next 3, 4, 5 months, because eclipse is a symbol for what's to come. Yeah, follow that. And the other big event is that Jupiter is turning direct in your 7th house. It was retrograde since February in your 7th house. So if there was any complications in relationships, delays with signing of contracts, with agreements in partnerships, personal business, or with clients, or some delays into the affairs of your husband or your partner, or someone that you work with who you are dependent on in some way, if there was some delay or complications in the process that depends on them, now it all starts straightening out after the 10th of March. And for the next April, May, and June, Jupiter is moving direct forward in your 7th house. So it will improve your relationships visibly in the external way. Actually, while Jupiter is retrograde in your 7th house, you maybe had some rethinking of relationships, internal changes about moods and feelings, how you feel about certain people, colleagues, relatives. Usually, 7th house is partnership as well, peers. Maybe you reevaluated some people, maybe you kind of internalize some wisdom about relationships internally, and now you're ready to apply it externally. So maybe now you can attract new people into your life, new partner, improve circumstances in the life of your partner physically, externally, improve relationship for already existing one, expansion over the next 3 months of your followers, of your clients, of contracts, more sales. So something was happening while Jupiter is retrograde, more internally, like internal wisdom building up about such matters of relating, sales, business, how to relate with others, interpersonal relationships, and so on. And now it's going to give its rewards and its results as I said, either better contracts, more clients, improve relationship with someone, a new partner even coming up, or being freed from an unhappy relationship, moving forward with freedom and liberation. Jupiter is a sattvic planet, liberation, freedom, improved. So you might be freed even from some unhappy contracts, collaborations, but it will feel like a relief, or marriages or relationships. and new, much more positive ones can appear from you. So now you have the next 3 months to see the really good results. Because a lot of Capricorn said, well, Jupiter in my seventh house, I haven't seen anything yet, no partners, no help from others. Sometimes it's not like getting married, it might be just the circumstances of your partner improving or your mental attitude towards relationships improving and becoming more positive, or other people entering your life that expand your consciousness, or receiving help from another, or signing a very good contract. And yeah, now you're going to see the external manifestations from after March 10th, gradually, April, June, April, May, June. That's when you can expect the good stuff, especially the last 15 degrees of Capricorn. They'll feel it the strongest in the next 3 months because Jupiter is from 15 degrees till 30, exactly making opposition to Capricorn in the seventh house. And last but not least, we have lots of planet Capricorn in the third house on the opposite axis of the eclipse. We have Mars there, the Sun, and Mercury retrograde. Pretty much most of March, there is lots of water in your seventh house, in your third house. These are social houses. So emotional communications with others, emotional intense reactions and exchanges with others. Your life will be more social, Capricorn, in March. For fire signs, it's way more emotional, slow, because it's in their emotional houses. But for you, it's in your social, stimulating houses. And these are the houses of desires. So your desires will be more stimulated, desires for relationships, and change of wind in your relationships with either personal relationships, business relationships, for the better, gradually. But Mercury is retrograde in your third house, another house of relationships, till the 20th. So, yeah, you have to be a bit careful till the 20th when dealing with information, not to, and it's retrograde in Pisces, which Pisces is prone to mistakes. So, if you have some accounts can be hacked, be careful with passwords, with emails, with any kind of accounts, not to give you information incorrectly somewhere. You might have to correct. Maybe you send some documents, they were not filled well correctly. You return Mercury retrograde, you have to change it. Or maybe you have some omissions on some project or work and you need to correct it with the details. Or also be careful not to say something that it can be misunderstood. Third house is communications, Mercury in Pisces. It's kind of like very confused sign already. Mercury loses the plot there a bit. But nothing, or you might just meet with friends from the past, with colleagues, or you might have to redo some business project or intellectual, or kind of redo some mental work thing, correct some stuff. But also when it comes to your daily, everyday events and schedules and plans and trips and meetings, it can be a bit up in the air till the 20th. Because people are emotional, because they don't turn up on time, or maybe meetings get canceled, appointments. It's kind of unforeseeable circumstances, the normal Mercury retrograde stuff. It's frustrating, but it's so you can't kind of really be like a German clock till the 20th of March after that. And when you're planning trips, be a bit more careful. It doesn't mean don't do it. It's just there the details get lost with Mercury retrograde in Pisces. But also there is a lot of activities around this third house. Mars is there as well. So you're gonna be busy bee this month. Others are important, communications with others, learning stuff, skills, curiosity is very much stimulated, experimenting, trying new things. Third house is the house of trying new things, doing difficult things, mental tasks, also tasks of the hands, short trips. You can be busy, 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 having to walk back and forth or drive around more and so on. But because of Mercury retrograde to the 20th, oftentimes, it won't go, there'll be surprises. And you can find the silver lining in those surprises. Don't think they're like just there to trip you, and it might be for best, that you examine something better a second time. You omitted something and fix it. But Venus from the 10th is entering your fourth house. So it's good, anything to do from the 10th of March till the end, to do with home, with property. Venus is a good planet. So matters connected to family, to reconnecting, to doing something design around the home, good stuff there. Spend time relaxing at home and so on. And this third house, yes, like lots of communication, information, but because Mercury is retrograde till the 20th, you might do some kind of a spring cleaning there in your social media, rethink certain people you communicate with, rethink certain even kind of things can escalate with neighbors, with relatives, with teammates and workmates. And things have to be addressed and discussed there. Things that have been pissing you off or pissing them off for a while. They might bring them up to be corrected. And after that, you can have even better relationships that feels more, okay, more balanced. Or sometimes you can say like, okay, I can't be dealing with those people. I can't be seeing those notifications on my phone from this group. It pisses me off, or these people. So it's like some cleaning or spring cleaning there in your, better management of organization of where you give your attention to your mind, your thoughts, your conscious processes. And third house is very much about learning skills and learning and organizing. And if you want to learn with me astrology, I'm starting from the 20th of March with Mercury direct on 19th. I'll teach you the best skills that I know about progressions, which is the ability to map your life not month by month, for 20 years ahead, 30, 40. You can see your whole life. For example, many Capricorns uh, will go through the energy of Aquarius and Pisces for 30 years in their life. So 30 years of your life, you might act a lot more like an Aquarius than Capricorn, experimenting, needing freedom, and then suddenly you slow down and you become more creative. But for everyone, it's different when this energy comes. So we map out or your love life. Some of you Capricorns, even though they're reliable, their love life might be going through a Sagittarius stage for 15 years and you don't want to settle at all. You're dating only foreigners or, or wild boys and so on. And then suddenly your love life turns into very traditional for 30 years. And you're like, what's happening? Why did I like for so many years this type of relationship? And suddenly I'm like dating this much more serious people with age older than me. So these progressions show it. It's fascinating. So join me, 30% off. Let's let's have some fun there. Thank you. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Aquarius, the month starts with the last eclipse in our eighth house. Actually, we had the few eclipses in the eighth house over the last couple of years. So some of those themes can be very familiar to you, but this is the last of its sort. And the eighth house is very kind of heavy house, let's say. So it's brought up over the last couple of years, definitely for some of you. For some of you, it will finally bring it, not each one, because eclipses tend to happen over a couple of years in each house and they move backwards. So you're not going to have eclipses in your eighth house, in our eighth house, for the next 9 years after, but this is the final one. So the most potent realizations and the most potent breakthroughs will happen now. And what is the eighth house? The eighth house is truly our shadow, our unconscious demons and fears and motivations that make us act compulsively instead of acting out of conscious choice and freedom and willingness. It's almost like out of fear, attachment. If I let go of this relationship, I'll die. If I let go of this habit, of this substance, it's essential. How am I going to live? It's like survival, fear and attachment, compulsive attachment to survival. But basically, this eclipse helps us realize, especially south node eclipses in the eighth house, lunar eclipse, helps us realize that this is not essential. What you're clinging to is out of fear. What you're clinging to is out of compulsive attachment and obsession almost. And it helps you transform. A huge transformation can happen out of compulsive attachment. Is it a substance? Is it the food? Is it a person? Is it something that you think it's essential for you to survive? Is it material support from someone? Doesn't matter. That you think that without this thing you die, so you even become manipulative with those people or about the substance or about this habit of yours, so you can keep it in your life. And this is the magic of the eclipse in Virgo, lunar eclipse with South Node. It allows you to consciously surrender that compulsive obsession. Instead of unconsciously gripping like what feels essential, you start to gain the ability to release this thing that has control over you. Because you notice the fear, you notice how the feelings emerge within you, and the workings of this unconscious, let's say, fear, obsession, attachment. It's very hard to explain it with words because it's an emotional process. It's not so much of a mechanical step-by-step process. It's like a realization. It's like a feeling. It's like feeling something in your bones, and then something that had power over you for life or for years, or that you feared so much, stops being so scary. And it's kind of, you're able to engage freely with you, or to consciously choose whether you want it or no, rather than compulsively doing it. So this is not distraction that the eighth house brings. This is purification of emotional intensity. Think about something that you feel emotionally intense about very strongly. For me, and because I had already one eclipse during a previous eclipse in my ninth house with the South Node, it happened. The thing that I feel most emotionally intense about is losing powerlessness. So I feel powerlessness in elevators. I feel powerlessness in being on parachutes or anywhere where I can't control, or planes. Anywhere where I cannot control the situation and leave whenever I want. It's not claustrophobia. So I was put during an eclipse exactly in that situation where I was locked and I could not. And on the plane, they locked us and they said, you can't do anything. We have to wait here till the storm passes, then we'll leave. This panic takes over. I'm gonna die. This, like, it's feeling of life or death, or like someone can't find cigarettes, they feel that they'll die. Can't find their drug of choice, they feel they'll die. Or the person that it's kind of they feel they can't live without this person, tells them they're leaving, or goes out with their friends and they feel like they're gonna die. We all have something that we react extremely with emotional intensity, because it's kind of it triggers some of our deep panic, and some of our deepest woundings. This is the eighth house. And for me, this gets triggered during an eclipse, lunar eclipse with the South Node in the eighth house, sorry. And I normally panic. I even lose consciousness. It's so bad. I stay with the feeling. I have no choice this time. And I stay. And because lunar eclipse allows the subconscious to become conscious. And I start realizing why I'm so afraid of this. And I can't explain it even rationally, this process, how it worked. But suddenly, during this intense period of 30 minutes of being in my biggest fear, which is to be powerless, without knowing when it's going to come, and it's like the attendants, they talked me rationally out of it, and it snapped me out of this fear that I've had for years. It's not as intense. So it's like breaking you from this kind of emotional intensity, purification towards something. For you, it might be jealousy because you have fear of abandonment or of rejection, or anything where we act compulsive and a bit cray-cray, or irrational. And I remember 18 years ago, before, when there was other eclipses there, I was super irrational about a relationship, and I was able to, in a moment when this person I couldn't be there with, and I was going crazy and obsessed with, this broke again the pattern. After an eclipse, again, there was this purification of the intensity of feeling through deep realization of the shadow and what the trigger is, and observing this process. as I said, the subconscious, the filter between the subconscious and the conscious is removed. So you're able to observe exactly the process of how it works. And then this thing, these inner shadows that have power over you, lose their power over you. So it's very psychological process. We're one last time passing through it. Then we're not going to have it for 9 years, 8, 9 years. But that will free you from some compulsion, free you. It's like a detox process, and can really bring you awareness that reduces unconscious power struggles, that reduces the struggle with your inner demons. So it's kind of like healing your inner demons, and they can be even sudden healings. Eighth house is there very much about, and eclipse is like transformation there. Sudden spontaneous healings of some long held health issue, chronic health issue, or some kind of mental, psychological, or psycho-spiritual power, emotional power struggles, So, so basically, this is a time when deep unconscious fears can appear, can be triggered by something like panic or something that you're obsessed over. It can be a substance, it can be a person that has more control over you, something that you're very attached to, that you hold on for dear life, and also power dynamics. Especially when you feel threatened, you might test people's loyalty, manipulate them to see how loyal they are, test, kind of other power dynamics like manipulation. We do this when we are very afraid not to lose something or someone. And such power dynamics become very visible. And once we recognize them in ourselves, we're like, oh, okay, now I realize this. And you let go of it and you stop behaving like that. And this eclipse gives the opportunity, to transform emotional compulsions into, I would call it into emotional compulsions into depth, into emotional power, into emotional and conscious depth, into conscious depth. So gives you the ultimate goal, the power, the purified side of the eighth house is not inner demons. Compulsions is the opposite. It's emotional resilience. It's the strongest emotional people. But on the material side, how this manifests, we mentioned the psychological, it can be themes about taxes, insurance, inheritance, deaths, conceptions. 9 years ago, when I had eclipses in the eighth house, I got pregnant. And now I'm thinking about that, but it's not working because this eclipse is with the south node, maybe to let go of that idea, possibly releasing, that to be okay with that. Or eighth house can bring anything themes about death, birth. And a lot of you as an Aquarius and with the eclipses in your eighth house, maybe you've been having more thoughts about the death, about the impermanence of life, these deep, a bit taboo topics that we all avoid thinking about, or even conspiracies, or even taboo things like Satanism, occultism, the deep state, the darkest side of life, criminals, for definitely the thought of death, what's life after death. So it helps if you read a little bit, and it will help you overcome those compulsive fear, because the biggest fear and compulsion is the fear of death. And it helps you again, this eclipse, to let go of this existential fear. You think about it, maybe you have a revelation about it, and you start really treasuring the things that truly matter, that truly have emotional importance in life, instead of giving your emotions to superficial frustrations and anger, especially in the moment, extreme moment, which is eighth house, it's the extreme moments. You realize what is truly important to love, and to, what is truly, sorry, what is truly, what truly matters in life. Yeah. So deep psychological realizations and release of fears and so on. But otherwise, you might be dealing with taxes, insurances, inheritances. Again, inheritances sometimes imply the theme of death, or the fear of wills. Because I've been having this constant awareness for the last year or two because of eclipses in the eighth house. And I said to my husband, listen, if you suddenly die, like you need to leave a will, you need to put me, not that I'm planning to kill him, but anything can happen, you know. So I've never thought of such things, wills, whatever. I'm like, you know, you need to know all my passwords and I need to know all my passwords. So it might be as simple as that, like making something like that to ask, like I've been asking my mom, let's put the things on my name, whichever are mine that I bought, because they're on her name. And such, you might be dealing with something as simple as that, you know, to give you peace of mind. Or you might be dealing with other people's resources, so your partner's finances, so maybe losing some kind of source of financial support from another or from external source, uh, or maybe letting go of dependency on another, which is great as well, or releasing some mortgage or ending some, finishing a debt that you have, you know, some, you pay off a mortgage or something like that. This is again about emptying the south node eclipse of resources to others, kind of thing. And that you depend less and less on the skills of others, that you depend less and less on the resources of others in some way as well, or that you are not afraid to let go of, not to be dependent on another. That's another freedom that this eclipse, because eclipse with the south node is moksha, it's liberating. It frees you from attachments. And that's attachment to another person's resources. So fear that what happens if their resources, you know, I don't have access to. And now you see, well, it's not so scary, actually. I can let it go. And so on. All right. And then deep psychological revelations and whatnot. But we also have a lot of planets, Aquarius, in our second house. Mars is there, the Sun, Mercury retrograde, so it's financial house. So there is a lot of considerations about money, investments, financial security, resources. Say if you have a factory, if you produce, if you have a knitting company, the resources are your yarn, and or fashion company, your resources is the materials. You might be sourcing them out, changing. Mercury retrograde there, swapping where you get your resources from, or deciding to re-examine the quality of your resources, or just you might be some financial transactions, you know, rethinking where your investments are, or some unexpected surprises with Mercury retrograde till the 20th. Be prepared that there might be some kind of surprises or unsettled stuff when it comes to finances or spending, because Mars is also there. Mars is a spending planet. But also rethinking of rebudgeting and rethinking of your plan when it comes to money. This is Mercury retrograde there, saying maybe rebudget, maybe rethink your approach to make money, or where you invest, or there might be some delay with finances, so money that you expected, or money, or you have to do something extra or redo something so you can receive the final product. Second house is also produce, the material, tangible products, or money or assets. So something that you're fixing about an asset or a product or valuables or possessions, maybe repairing some old clothes, maybe reusing some old materials that you have a use for, putting them to use, maybe doing like a wardrobe rehaul, like you take old clothes, you donate them, you leave space for something new. This is very much Mercury retrograde in the second house. Redo something there, leave space, remove the unnecessary, reorganize your finances as well. So you see there is one financial house with the eclipse here being activated, and by many planets and transits, the other financial house. This is other people's resources. This is our own resources. This is our mutual resources with partner support, and support, emotional, psychological, we receive from others, so trusting others. So I forgot to say, with this eclipse, barriers fall down as well in intimacy. You can really merge deeply in intimacy with another, especially because the moon regulates the barriers, the kind of and eighth house is the ability to merge with others, to lose your identity in merging with another. It's kind of almost tantric sex. And if there is something blocking you to achieve orgasm or to achieve more intense merging, the south node eclipse can remove and can help you realize where that blockage comes from. And in the process of realizing it, of making it conscious, This allows you for a deeper merging intensely with another. Coming back to the second house, money. It's, yeah, also with the Sun and Mars there, you can be proactive as well. And if you have something new to do in regards to money, do it after the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, when Mercury turns direct, and after the new moon in Pisces. So if you want to do something very new, like start a new source of income, new materials to use, a new way of eating as well, introducing new foods, do it after the 20th when Mercury turns direct. To then research, prepare mentally, psychologically. That's what the retrograde is good for. And you're going to have a lot of willpower to apply a new way of eating, second house, new source of making money, new way of, new clothes or other valuables and possessions, if you'd like, after the 20th. Before that, make use, take care of the old ones, make use of them, any valuables or possessions, rethink, replan, rebudget. And also, if you want to change something about your teeth, it's second house again after the 20th. Or if you already had some work done on your teeth, but it needs redoing, do it during Mercury retrograde till the 20th. Great. Then. Or if you have to do, anything to do with face, if you need to do any face procedures, redoing, it's okay during the retrograde. If it's something brand new, after the new moon in the second house and Mercury going direct. And last but not least, Jupiter is turning direct. So yeah, remember there will be some financial money things that you're focused on. Practical stuff you'll be dealing with, material responsibility. Second house is also connected to family, putting a lot of energy there, putting things in order, your possessions, your valuables, throw out some stuff, organize stuff well. This is what the second house very much is for. And then there is Jupiter turning direct. Actually, that's much early in the month, from the 10th, 11th. Very great news. Jupiter turning direct. It means that any stagnation in the field of work or health starts getting resolved after the 11th. And you have 3 months of Jupiter in your sixth house moving direct. Very strong Jupiter. That will be from March the 10th till the end of June. Beautiful for any expansion external. Till now it was retrograde, so you couldn't see so much externally the changes of Jupiter, the effects, the blessings of Jupiter on the sixth house. It was more internal change of your psychology, of how you think, how you feel about your health, about your unhealthy habits and routines as well, which is the sixth house, how you feel and think, maybe more like preparation stage about your work, your job, your plans for your works, your employees, your responsibilities and duties, your routines as well, your health routines or daily routines or work routines or your organization. And now you're going to see the actual external results and rewards of this internal change and internal enrichment that Jupiter retrograde has been doing. Is going to give its external results, because sixth house is very much about external things over the next 3 months. So maybe expansion of work, better job, growth of your career, some work project that was delayed will start moving forward and expanding or get fulfilled, get manifested. Till now, maybe there was some delaying or, let's say, complications or kind of brooding on it. It's even if you feel like, why was this delayed? It's for a reason, because something was maturing inside. More wisdom was necessary, more internal growth, kind of something had to. There was the need to wait for something. Let's say maybe external circumstances or internal maturation. And now, when Jupiter starts moving direct, strong ahead from March with work opportunities, with work growth and good developments with employees or animals and pets if you have such, or if you're Anything to do with farming is the sixth house as well, or anything to do with health routines and habits. So maybe you are internalizing and some health changes or understanding and deep wisdom and understanding about changing health habits. And now when Jupiter starts moving direct, it will become very easy for you to start seeing the positive results of health changes and to apply them into your life, and if to change into healthier habits as well, to reverse some health condition into positive one, because sixth house is also disease or sickness. So when Jupiter starts moving direct, you can, in your sixth house, you can have a positive diagnosis or much or a better one, or a better doctor, or you can come across the right treatment of something, of some condition, the right supplement to take, the right exercise that feels right for you. Almost like a blessing, God sends you the right doctor or the right intuition, what habits and routines to introduce so it can help for your health, or just forward movement with some situation at work or health or health habits. And it becomes more joyful, definitely more joyful. But Jupiter moving forward in the sixth house, definitely more work as well and responsibility possible. So there you go, guys. You see a lot for Aquarius, a lot of water. But the water for you, it's emotional. There's no air, no planets in air for us the whole of April or March, which kind of feels a little bit too emotional, a little bit too, let's say, not as light, a bit more heavier. But we focus on practical matters. We all get organized, you know, your environment, clean up, second house is money, sixth house is work and health and routines and habits and how you eat and how your possessions and the things around you, the practical material side of life. There is two planets are turning direct in those houses for you, which means big turnaround in either financial matters after the 20th Mercury. Till then, it might be a bit, up in the air, or a big turnaround in your work and health and stabilization there. And of course, the eighth house, deep spiritual realizations, psychological. It's not the most fun stuff, guys. Oh, yes, we have one Venus from the 10th in the third house. So might be good for some short travels after the third. So these are the things that are a bit easier. But again, there's positive news here. Jupiter turning direct for your work, for your health, for your routines, for your employees, if you want to. And Mercury turning direct after the 20th for your finances, for your routines with food and so on. Circumstances in money. But Venus in the third house, yeah, when you need some respite after the 10th, the second part of the month, go meet friends, do a short trip. It says it will go nicer. Saturn is already there, but planets after the 20th start moving gradually into your third house. You get like a busy bee, become more social, especially after a lot more mental work and so on. Experimental. Third house is about trying new things, experimenting, hobbies, interests, and so on. So thank you so much. And if you'd like to use the third house, you'd be really enjoying learning new things with Venus there and Saturn for the next 2 years. Saturn gives you a very deep state of mind, of focus to learn new things, difficult things. Join me on my course on astrology progressions to map out your life ahead. So you see many Aquarius people, say Aquarius sun, at a certain point in their life, they'll be acting a lot more like Pisces for 20, 30 years. Or maybe their love life will be, you can see like for the next 25 years, your love life will be under Aries. So you'll be way more independent and you'd prefer youthful relationships and so on, or not so much dependent. And suddenly your love life can become under Pisces for 40 years, and you're suddenly in much more codependent relationships, much more traditional or more artistic, gentle people rather than. So it's fascinating. You see huge chunks of your life, not small things, huge things, how they change. So come join me. It's 30% off. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, March 2026. Pisces, your planet Jupiter is turning direct, and there is an eclipse directly opposite your sign. It's very powerful activation, such a huge month for Pisces, plus new moon in Pisces. All the planets have moved into Pisces. You have Venus there till the 10th, the Sun till the 20th. Mars is moving into Pisces, so it will really energize you. It will give you a kick, a motivation. uh, it will kind of mobilize you, whether you're ready or no, to get things done, to get moving, to be active. And of course, you have to be careful because it's much easier to get triggered with Mars in your sign, much easier to have accidents. Not all the time, the whole month, but depends. If you're early Pisces, it's early in the month, later Pisces, later in the month. But also, it's Mars is the planet of motivation, of drive, of ambition, finally to have energy to work, to exercise, to move, to follow your goals and dreams, and to get moving, but also to get angry with others, less patience. So, which way you use it, it's up to you. I'll definitely advise you use it for sport, for getting things done, for even use the anger to motivate yourself to change something, to do something. But Mars is a good planet for you because it rules your ninth house. So it will activate you for new vision, maybe even for trips, and it rules your second house. It will motivate you for money, for chasing financial security, for practical things. But you also don't forget that Mercury is retrograde in Pisces till the 20th. So there is a big push to be careful with details. And because Mercury in Pisces is weak already, it misses details. It so there can be some miscommunications. You have to be careful around with this Mercury retrograde till the 20th, saying something or making mountains out of molehills. And sometimes it's a bit hard to trust the facts and your senses when Mercury is retrograde in Pisces. So double check your information, your sources of information. Also be very careful to protect and not to give away passwords or by mistakes to hackers, or because Mercury in Pisces can be such kind of sneaky people that are trying to, you know, phishing and all kinds of stuff. So be careful with passwords, with private information, but also a lot of private information and secrets can come to the surface, especially can come to you through others. Someone, Mercury rules the seventh house, can bring you up some information, or you can realize things that you didn't know before, find a piece of missing information, or you might need to discuss relationship things. And you see, there is an eclipse in your seventh house on the 3rd. So the whole month is under the influence of an eclipse in your seventh house. And this is the last eclipse in your seventh house, thankfully. And you're not going to have eclipses on the axis of Pisces and Virgo, which is your sign, Pisces, for the next 9 years after that. So it's kind of your transformation is almost ready, just the last one. But there is eclipse in your seventh house of relationships, plus the ruler of your seventh house of relationships is retrograde in your sign. So relationships and others, or dealings with others, with clients, with one-on-one people, with contracts, with boyfriends, girlfriends, or you know, anyone that you have one-on-one relationship with can be of pivotal importance. Some clarifying conversations might be happening. You might need to discuss something that to make a relationship more fair. And you might realize some things, important things about relationships that you were not clear about. The full moon eclipse reveals secrets because it removes the barriers from the unconscious, what is below our consciousness. The moon regulates the subconscious. And when it's eclipse, the subconscious motivations for our relationships, for the people in our life, how we treat them, why we choose those people, why we attract those people, why we get treated certain way by other people, clients or boyfriends, girlfriends or marriage partners, or societies generally, these things can become clear to us. They come from the subconscious, we realize them consciously, and we start realizing, why do I act with this person? Why do I act in public like that? Is it because I'm authentic, or is it because I want people to accept me, or I want Or why do I always trigger others? Or why do others always trigger me? Suddenly you have those answers. This is what a lunar eclipse with the South Node does. It reveals deeply buried subconscious truths to you. So there can be a sudden change of how you feel about your relationships. It might be about a specific person, or it might be about some contract that you realize, or some business partnership, and you're like, you suddenly see through this relationship. You're like, why am I even with this person? Or I don't need this person, or the fears connected to that, or the way a certain aspect of the relationship can die and leave and be transformed. Not necessarily that you divorce or end up or relationships and business contract. A certain aspect of it will change. And especially if you're those degrees around the, from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the 12 degrees where the eclipse is happening, 13, 14, 15, 16, 3 degrees on each side of the 12 degrees. There can be life-changing moments. Suddenly you can realize that someone you've known, you're in love with them, or you can find out that you're the interest of someone that you didn't even suspect, and you're like, oh, or suddenly you can realize about something about already existing relationship with business partner, with a friend, or with your marriage partner that, and it can make you shift how you feel about this person. It can make you feel like, wow, I really love my wife, my husband, my boyfriend, girlfriend. They're really amazing. I've been underestimating them because what your subconscious is registering in now comes to the conscious. Or it might be the opposite. You're like, I really don't have feelings for this person anymore. You see a certain aspect of them that you are suppressing, that you didn't, maybe they have something dodgy they do, and you've been kind of subconsciously, you know, lying to yourself about that. And now it comes to the surface. So such realizations about people in your life, about clients, and you might have like, I don't want to deal with these clients. I don't, or there might be a crisis, you lose a client or certain contract, but you realize that maybe you don't need it. Or it can also mean that because eclipse in the seventh house, especially from ascendant, from moon, can be a fated relationship that starts. Like I said, the sudden realizations, actually, I love this person, or meeting someone that becomes very pivotal for you. It might be a business partner, it's fated in a sense. But because the South Node is there, there is this energy and the full moon of sacrificing, letting go of something first, letting go of certain aspects of how you do relationships, or attachments of how you do business, or business style, or a certain other relationship that you have to let go of before a new one appears. Or it can be that the certain fake side of a relationship is dropped and you don't have to pretend anymore. And that is kind of purification of a relationship, let's say. And it can be like the completion of a project, the completion of a contract, of agreement with someone, the completion and seeing the result of a project you've been doing together with someone. Some shift in the life of your spouse or partner as well is possible. Some changes coming to you through others. Yes, but you would see with so many planets in your first house, there is a lot of things that you're changing yourself and new beginnings that you're starting. And as a result, a relationship or another person in your life is also changed because you're making changes to yourself. You're starting new beginnings. The sun is there. The sun is initiation. A new cycle is beginning for Pisces, whether it's your rising, your sun, and your moon more in your personal life. And Mars, and the Mercury retrograde there. And a relationship needs to follow those changes and reflect those changes that are happening within you. So great time, especially after the new moon in Pisces, I would say even when Mercury returns direct from the 20th, because even though the sun moves into Aries after the 20th, for the next 30 days, you are under the influence of the new moon in Pisces. So after the 17th, 18th of March, start new beginnings. Start new beginnings because the new moon is towards the 18th, 19th. Sorry. Oh, I hurt my foot. Yes, so till the 20th, Mercury retrograde matters, normal. But two planets are moving direct for you this month, for everyone. And there, one is Mercury in your first house towards the 19th, 20th, and one is Jupiter, the planet that rules you, is also turning direct. So, very good news for you, Pisces. The last eclipse in your sign, Saturn already left your sign, Neptune left your sign, and the last of the eclipses in your sign as well. Now is only the North Node left. In your sign, the North Node is like the head of the snake. The snake is about transformation, shedding your skin. So you're shedding your skin in relationships now, how you relate to others. The head of the snake in your sign till July, to the end of July almost, kind of. It says that it's wonderful for you to transform yourself, to be more wild even, let's say, definitely. And this renewal, this rebirth is starting from now because the sun activates, the sun in Pisces activates the new beginnings for you, much lighter. Last year, the last time sun was in Pisces, it was last year in March, with it, so it reactivates you, it brings the new program for the next 1 year. Only the sun can, because the sun is the king, only it can program the next 12 months for you. And you, as the Pisces rising or Pisces sun or Pisces moon, every March when the sun is in Pisces really encodes and imprints the next 12 months for you. But last time the sun was in Pisces, Neptune and Saturn were also there, the previous years as well. So it encoded harder years for Pisces. This time, the sun is in Pisces, no Saturn there, no Neptune, only the North Node. So North Node is wild. It's not about tests. Saturn, Neptune, losses, tests. Instead, I mean, it's also building of character, but it's no longer years of building. The year ahead is not one for you because it starts for you now with the sun in your sign. It's no longer for you to build character. Now it will be like for you to become a new person because Rahu is transformation, the North Node there, the final eclipse. With the new moon, Mercury is retrograde there. Okay, you tie a few loose ends there as well, but it's time for a new image. And Mars is in Pisces during the new moon there, which means you have a lot more willpower over the next 12 months, a lot more get up and go energy, initiative, and maybe you'll get more easily angered, but at the same time, I think anger is divine and can be divine fire as well to trigger us into movement. But Jupiter moving direct in your fifth house, last but not least, it's the planet that rules you from the 10th onward. So you'll start noticing very powerful shift from the 10th. Your direction of life starts shifting towards easier. And it's turning direct in your fifth house of joy, happiness, fun. So you see, you're starting the new year with Jupiter turning direct in a very happy house. It's unlocking for physical and material manifestation when Jupiter turns direct, your fifth house of good karma. Fifth house is the good deeds you've done in past lifetimes or early life. And when a planet triggers it, especially Jupiter turning direct in exalted there, it can unlock your good luck. So Pisces, congratulations. You went through Saturn in your sign, 3 years, very testing, but character building and organizing. You went through Neptune through your sign for 12 years, very very loss of ego, losses, but also spiritualization, attunement to higher frequencies. But now all those heavy energies are gone. Just North Node is there to experiment, to try new things. And your planet Jupiter is turning direct in the fifth house of luck, so your good karma gets unlocked. How good is this music to your ears? You've deserved it, Pisces. You're such a gentle, beautiful sign, actually the most powerful sign out of the 12 ones, because you're the last sign and you combine the qualities of each, all 12 signs. But it's hardest to be Pisces on this earth because your consciousness is much more cosmic, rather than, it's hard to keep it on the realms of this kind of very limited earthly 3D realm. But you're also the most inspired sign. And now Jupiter, the planet that rules you, turns direct from the 10th onwards, will be in your 5th house till July for the next 3 months. So your luck is opening with lighter energy. You can have fun. You can fall in love now. The material external manifestation that direct planet shows, and Jupiter in particular, gives rewards externally through the house it passes. 5th house is to be in love. You can fall in love literally, or your love life can improve, or you can symbolically like fall in love with life again. Find a hobby or joy to do something that awakens you to enjoy life again. I remember Jupiter turning retrograde last year for me was I found skiing. I've been loving it. Or you can find some passion, or you can, or some creative project can start moving ahead and you see the rewards from it, or just your luck, or some speculative investment, or some business project that is your own baby or original idea can start moving ahead. Or there can be some good development in the life of your children, or in regards to your relationships with children, grown-up children, or romantic partners. So Pisces, things are starting to move ahead, especially Pisces rising. They feel it very strongly, especially the last 15 degrees of Pisces will be very blessed in the next 3 months, from 15 or even 14 degrees in Pisces till 30 degrees in Pisces, because Jupiter will trine you. But for all Pisces, Jupiter will be in your 5th house, really expanding your self-expression, that you have a lot more fun, that your heart chakra, you feel connected, joyful, that you're more like yourself, that you're an improved version of yourself, that something grabs your passion and fascination and brings you more happiness and joy out of life. So congrats, very, very busy month for you. 1st house, 5th house, all happy houses, all houses of okay, there is Mercury retrograde and Mars. So I mentioned how some of those things can play out, but generally, the it's about boosting you. 1st house to boost you, to make you feel noticed, to make you feel Jupiter in the 5th house more authentic. And if you love astrology and you want to develop it as a passion, you can study with me now. I'm starting a 3 month course from the 20th of March. We're going to map your whole life. You know that many Pisces go through an Aries period of their life. Maybe their love life will become Aries like for 20 or 30 years of, with their progress Venus there, for example. So they become way more independent. They date people that are way more, driven, ambitious. So they even prefer to be single during that time. Or their love life can be Aquarian for 20, 30 years. And their love life can be Capricornian for 20, 30 years. For every person is different. Or Taurian, very stable relationship, but maybe it comes in your 50s that your love life becomes Taurian for 30 years ahead. So suddenly in your 50s, you finally have stable long-term relationships. Or maybe your career for about 30 years will be Aries-like. Or, so it's fascinating to map not just the next month, to see like 30 years ahead, how is things going to be in your love life, in your energy, it's fascinating. And only progressions can show that. So come and learn it with me. It's about knowing. It's a fun thing. It's not about learning to be a professor or something like that, a professor of astrology. It's about mapping your own life, and knowing that you're aligned with the path of your soul. Because especially with so many planets now in your 5th house, these are houses of self-improvement, of interest with about yourself, about your path, where you're headed, realigning to a path. These are dharmic houses. The 5th, the 1st, dharma is the path that your soul is meant to walk on, that gives you most joy, that is most authentic. The fifth house is the house of authenticity. So you're trying to find your authenticity. Are you aligned spiritually to your dharma? And my course can show this, or you feel it in March in some other ways, through just like confirmation from the universe that you're on the right path, and what validates you, and what is dharmic for you, meant for you. So thank you.